Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with Session 2 of a brand new campaign that just kicked off last month, entitled Evermore le Masquerade. This is a D&D 5th edition campaign set in a kingdom known as Gerdes. This is in a homebrew world of mine called Rosfin. There's been a number of campaigns that I've run or am running here even on the channel that take place in other kingdoms of the same world. But I'm very excited. This one is based loosely on an amalgamation of Baroque eras in Spain, France, Venice, with a little bit of Orlais from the Dragon Age series kind of sprinkled in. But yeah, it's been exciting so far. We had a very dynamic first session. I'm very excited to bring everything to all of you here in the second session. This session is titled The King of Coins. If it isn't Baroque, don't... Oh, God, it starts already. Jackson's not even here, and it's already starting. Oh, I see how it is. Yeah, I'm very, very excited to get to this this content this evening, this game. This has been a game that I've wanted to run for a number of years, but there's been a few factors that have kept me from doing so. Namely, chief of which I'm going to tag on to my usual warning that you find at the beginning of all of my games. If foul language and mature subject matter are things that bother you, then you should not watch this campaign. You really shouldn't watch any of my content, period. But especially this game. This game is going to have a lot of innuendo, sexuality, things of that nature. It's kind of baked into the fabric of this society. There will not be any explicit sex, but it's going to skate about as close as we can. So if that's the kind of thing that makes you squeamish, then likewise, exit stage left. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they might have going on, etc., and then I think we can get started. I know it's been a long month, and I am very eager. So, speaking of eager, Kenya.
Hey everyone, I'm Kenya. I'm playing Vera. I am a courtesan at a wonderful house of interesting and exciting adventures. I am Acer Sin online. You can find me on my Twitch channel, and I'm on Twitter, but I don't really post. And I run a game on Sundays. It's pretty much all I run, and then the occasional video game in between. So, yeah, excited for tonight, excited for getting into this assassination that we all witnessed, and seeing what happens at a party turned funeral. That's it.
Like you do. Sometimes you just can't let things go to waste. Yeah, so next up we have Matt.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt. I run a channel called Fistful of Dice, where I'm going to be actually running some games over there again here very soon, which is going to be pretty fun. We've got a couple Provoker sessions that are being scheduled right now, and I'm also starting a Gloam campaign in December that's going to be, I think, four sessions. That's going to be really fun. I am playing Loxley LaCroix, a disarmingly handsome half-orc duelist who is also a vengeance-fueled bisexual disaster. I'm really excited to see where this story takes us this evening.
Absolutely. Yeah, I saw your announcement about that Gloam game, and I've been planning on running a one-shot that is a mixture of Gloam with Sewers Under Sandwall. And whenever you announced that game, I was like, oh, I want to play so bad, but the timing it won't work out. But I hope that goes well. I'm glad that Gloam will be getting a little bit more, little bit of love. But also, yeah, congratulations on the Kickstarter.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, going pretty
absolutely.
Well. We're coming up on our second stretch goal here, so that's pretty exciting.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. Can't wait to get my hands on that as well. All right, next up we have Im.
Everyone, I'm M. I am Dice on Ice on the internet, and I post regularly and irregularly based on how much I want to be perceived by the internet. So right now, I'm running a Strahd campaign where the players always make the best decisions, and by best I mean the most evil, which is so great. So tune in for that. And I am playing Sylvie Levine, and I'm so excited. I've been practicing my French accent all day and annoying everyone on my entire apartment floor. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. And that makes me very happy because I've been practicing the accent that I use for the introduction all day as well. As I was writing it and as I'm in the car, sitting here getting ready for the game. So yeah, hopefully it comes across. Luckily, I don't think I annoy any neighbors. I don't think. They haven't complained yet. Then again, it's very sexy. No, I'm just kidding. Speaking of very sexy, Austin.
Yes, I am Austin, and this is the accent that I only do for the introduction. I will not be doing this at all during the game because I have not practiced at all, not one moment. I do not practice my accents because I am a very lazy man. Anyway, I will be playing Guillaume de Lestot, and he is the foppish rich one. And I am okay. Yeah, I'm already done with that. Excited to get into it and to get going. Let's go to this gala. I want to be the prettiest princess at the ball, but I feel like Vera's gonna have something to say about that.
We shall have to see. All right. Last but certainly not least, we have Karen.
All I gotta say is Chimeran's going to have something to say about that. He plans to be the prettiest princess at the ball. I am Mythin Gears on the socials. I'm not very active right now. Just need to take a break from it for a little bit, but hopefully I'll be back in a bit once I've recovered and stuff. This game is helping to rejuvenate my spirit, I guess. So that's yeah, so tonight I get to play Chimeran Diego Ruiz de Gonzala. So while I have not been practicing an accent all day, I have been practicing my name so I could say it. So I'm also a rich dandy in the world of Gerdes here, and about to spread our oats as much as possible tonight at this gala, because that's what we do.
Just make sure you bring a wet rag with you, please. All right. Hello, everyone. I warned you. I told all of you motherfuckers. All right. So unless there are questions, then I think we can get started. Yeah? No questions? Cool. All right. Here we go. It is a natural reaction to see a thing only for how it impacts us. But it is vital to remember that there are two sides to every coin. To focus solely on the facet that you can plainly see is to lose sight of the truth of a matter. And if you wish to navigate the waters of this life as smoothly as possible, then you cannot afford to make decisions based only on what one side of that coin chooses to show you. The bells of Hidalgo ring out across the city from dozens of churches, solemnly marking the death of consigliere Turin Agniasa. Since word of the assassination began to spread, the usual sea of vibrant colored fashion has been replaced with the somber black of mourning. It is said that even the level of the canals has risen as the people openly weep. People who never met the man wail at his passing. This intense display of emotion defines the Gerdessi. We are a people who love, fight, struggle, and lament with unrivaled passion. And, as I told you at the beginning of our tale, appearance means everything. We find ourselves in the day or days after the assassination of the consigliere. The city of Hidalgo is in full mourning. Many people taking it to an extreme, but this is normal. This is the way things are done whenever someone with influence and clout dies. It's as if suddenly they were everyone's best friend or relative. Sylvie, I know that at some point you have plans to turn the dart over to the Justicaros. So, where is it that we join Sylvie as she is headed to do this?
Sylvie has taken the time to dress appropriately in black, in what seems to be a very plain dress. But upon closer inspection, you see the most finest, most delicate lace covering the entire base of the dress. And when you look back, you can see that there's actually a very long train of this such delicate fabric that almost disappears, where you don't see an end to it. And Sylvie walks, and she holds in one of her dress pockets the dart, and she kind of rubs the barrel in between her fingers, takes a deep breath, and continues to walk down the street, trying not to gain any looks her way, as she is outside of her shop and feels rather naked out in the streets without the comfort of her garments around her.
So you make your way through the narrowed streets and the footbridges that cross and intersect every which way as you're walking over canals and beside canals. Walking is not usually a mode of travel that a lot of people do a lot of in El Hidalgo. So I imagine a part of your journey even involves riding a gondola, which is pretty much a daily occurrence for people who have business in and out of the city. But at some point, you are dropped off on a dock, essentially, at the Temple of Evandel, which is the also the headquarters of the Justicaros. The Justicaros, as a law enforcement agency, quote unquote, are practitioners. They're devotees of Evandel, the goddess of justice. So you're dropped off kind of on the outskirts of this courtyard, this kind of open-aired space with a fountain in the middle. Off to one side that kind of dominates one of the corners of this plaza is the temple to the goddess herself, and the rest is all garrison and offices that facilitate the running of the Justicaros. And you know that this is where you would come to speak with an officer. So as you enter, are you looking for anyone in particular, or just kind of walking in and announcing why you're here?
I think she would walk up to the closest one that she doesn't recognize from that day, in the hopes that maybe she can just pass it up the chain and no questions are asked. If she can give it, she gives it. She's looking for the youngest looking Justicaro there.
Okay, yeah, you can find someone who looks like he's maybe 16, 17 years old. Very green-looking recruit. He looks like he's probably half-elven. Has a little bit of like a slightly pointed goatee and kind of a curled, kind of Van Dyke-styled mustache. When he, like the beginnings of one, when he sees you kind of making your way towards him, he kind of furrows his brow and kind of looks around to see if maybe a superior is going to, step up. And not seeing one, he almost kind of like takes a half step back away from you, and realizes there's not really any place that he could go. So he kind of stops and he says, "Can I help you?"
Bonjour, bonjour. I have this, and she reaches into her pocket. I have this thing that I found in my shop when I was cleaning, and I was told to bring it to you if I had found anything that they were asking for. And she kind of leans in and she like over dramatically puts her hand up to her mouth and about the assassination.
Oh, of course. You should take this to the Justicaro who's handling the case.
Are you
wish to
not
speak to
a Justicaro? Are you not a
No,
Justicaro?
I mean,
Sorry? Forgive
yes, yes, of course I am. Well, almost.
Well, I am a very busy woman, and I am sure that if you give this to your officer, they will commend you for bringing such great evidence. I am helping you here. And she like shows him and like it's almost like holding out this dart towards him. Now think of what they will say. You will have solved the murder case all by yourself.
He kind of like gasps and his eyes open big. Roll me a diplomacy and you can have advantage.
Persuasion? Or
Oh yes, perfect. Yep, I'm sorry. Diplomacy is not a thing anymore. I'm old. I played a lot of editions of this game, so don't be surprised when I ask you for a will save later. Possibly a reflex.
I got a 15.
15. Okay. So he seems thoroughly convinced. He takes use rope. He takes the dart from you, and kind of cradles it almost like as if it's like a newborn. And he kind of turns and doesn't even close the matter with you or say goodbye or anything. He turns and runs in like deeper into the complex.
And yeah, at that note, Sylvie is going to smile, just turn on her heels and walk swiftly. She's not going to run, but she's going to walk very swiftly out of the Justicaro of the Temple of Evandel.
Excellent. Okay. So I know also that there was a plan to visit the daughter of a different consigliera. There is a woman who is a consigliera of Alidalgo, she's known as the widow of Alidalgo, but her name is Vidova Devellino, and she has a daughter, purportedly, that one of you, I think it was Guillaume, knew was actually somewhat of a expert dealing with poisons. So I know at some point that we maybe are going to go visit her as a conversation. So we could possibly do that next. I don't know who all would be involved in going to talk to her. Or any other ideas that anybody might have.
Well, I know Vera wanted to go with Guillermo when he goes, so
Okay.
she'd like to do that if we go do that.
Okay.
I would likely come with as well. Lox is just sort of along for the ride, but would also be a little bit concerned with Guillaume going somewhere without him, because we were both seen by that metal masked man. So I think Lox might accompany them as well.
Yeah, Guillaume would actually ask Lox to accompany as soon as he knows that Vera's going as well. He's like, please don't leave me alone with that woman. I can't do it. I need at least someone else there with me.
She's so easy to get along with. I don't understand what your issue is, but I'm sure I'll come with you.
Thank you. Vera, it's so lovely to see you. I'm so happy you're coming with us. We couldn't do this without you.
I'm sure you are, dear. So, and she'll look over at Lox. You can stand here, and she'll put Lox in between her and Guillaume.
Guillaume will just shoot Lox to like, see what I mean? Look.
Lox, standing between Vera and Guillaume, says, slightly under his breath, I had a dream like this one time.
She'll slide her arm into Lox's and go, oh, darling, we've all had that dream several times.
Excellent. Apparently there might be some crackling with my microphone. I don't know if that's something that the players are hearing as well, or yes. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know. Does that change anything? Testing. A little crackly. Let me try something. Hold on. Hold, please. We're experiencing. Okay. Is that any better? Maybe. Talking. Okay, cool.
That actually does seem a little bit better, yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Hopefully that works. Okay. Let's see. All right. So the trio, the three musketeers, of you head off towards the estate of Devellino. You're met at the door by, the valet, or whatever they would be called, the butler, who asks, "May I help you?"
Yes, please. Old friend of Pramanda. Here to see her. Is she home tonight? Is that the name? That's what I wrote down.
Yes, that is her name.
Cool.
So he
Just
kind
wanted
of
to confirm that I was-
that's totally him giving you a side eye. The young miss has retired for the evening, but may I ask who is calling?
He thinks about it for a second, and he kind of runs through his mind, like he's checking off, like, okay, is she currently pissed off with me? I don't think so. Guillaume Delastote and company.
The mistress would probably have to approve, but perhaps with your escort to chaperone you. we could allow such a thing. And he kind of like bows and gestures past the door for the three of you to enter. You kind of enter into a house. Again, it has a courtyard of its own on the inside. There's probably like a small like series of alcoves off to one side where there's a series of like beautiful birds that kind of are, you know, singing to one another and have nests in all of these different alcoves. There's a lot of lush plant life that has been brought in from the outside world and planted into pots here. It has a very mainland feel, despite the fact that you're kind of on this island in the middle of a lake. And after a moment, the I was going to call him a manservant, the valet returns with the woman that all of you would at least recognize is Vedova d'Avellino. She is dressed, again, like many of the people here in Alidalgo, in the veil of mourning. Though this is a look that you have seen the consigliera wear many times before. Vedova has been widowed 5 times. The last 4 of them have died from poison. So she has a little bit of a strange, what's the word I'm looking for? Reputation. A strange reputation in the city, but is still a consigliera and is highly respected all the same. She eyes the 3 of you as she kind of enters this courtyard through her veil, and she will offer, actually, wine for anybody who wishes. Welcome to my estate. I've been told that you are here to see my daughter.
Yes, thank you so much for the hospitality at the late hour. We do apologize for intruding. We heard she'd already retired for the evening, but I would like to speak to her if you don't mind.
She has no social life, but perhaps maybe we can change that. I don't normally accept possible suitors at this late of an hour, but seeing as you have arrived with an escort, especially one as highly ranked as yourself, and she kind of turns and like gives like a nod in Vera's direction.
Vera will take one of the glasses of wine that's being offered, and as the woman nods to her, she's just going to casually nod back. Madam?
Now, would you prefer to have a wedding sooner or later?
I my apologies, madam. I think there may have been some amount of misunderstanding. While this is somewhat of a social call, I don't think I'm particularly marriageable material at the time. A few more years to season, perhaps.
I see. Of course. Forgive me. Well, of course.
No, I am flattered. I am very flattered, of course. And he looks just incredibly uncomfortable in this situation.
Well, perhaps you can bring some sort of joy to her, if you would, please. And she kind of gestures towards a nearby staircase that's kind of standing behind an open door off of the courtyard. You can follow this valet once again up these stairs and kind of to a room, and you can hear like a sizzling noise coming from beyond the door that you are approaching. It's a very audible, like, kind of noise. The valet seems to either not hear it or is paying no attention to it.
Guillaume is almost unconsciously like pulling a handkerchief out of his pocket and tying it around his face like a mask. He's just assuming that she's doing some sort of experimentation in there, and he's kind of familiar with it, and so he's figuring he shouldn't be breathing any fumes in, and noticing like maybe Vera and Locke's looking at him like, oh, she might be working. Best not to breathe it too heavily.
The valet walks to the door and gives a knock, and there's no answer. So he clears his throat and knocks again. You can see him, though he's facing the door, he kind of casts a little bit of like a sideways glance towards where the three of you are kind of standing waiting behind him. He knocks a third time, like embarrassingly hard on the door, and there is still no answer. We should probably just enter. And he grabs the door and opens. There's some piece of furniture that's been lodged behind the door that he has to kind of like, shoulder the door to kind of get it to scoot out of the way. The interior of this room is lit a like magenta color as you enter. And just about the time that you come in, the magenta color just goes dark. And then the slow, like bluish glow kind of overtakes the room, starting in a point across the room at a table. This looks like a girl's vanity, the kind of place that a young woman would learn to typically do her hair and her makeup for society and prepare herself as a woman. But this is stacked with all kinds of alchemical equipment. And there's a bottle seated in the center, right in front of the mirror, and it's kind of what is causing this reflection to spill out over the room is this small vial that is now glowing like a brilliant blue color. And there is a young woman seated just in front of this vial that is kind of lifting it and starting to shake the contents of it just a little. And when she looks into the mirror, all of you can see that her eyes have this kind of orange, fiery type glow. And you can see by the light of the blue vial that's glowing that beneath her, not shabby hair, but loose hair, you can see that there is quite a bit of scarring on the left side of her face. She is dressed in black, much like the rest of the city is currently. And she looks up with these piercing eyes as the three of you enter. And she kind of grows irate. Get out! Why are you in my room?
My apologies, miss. We didn't mean to disturb your experiment.
Guillaume?
I promise I can. It's lovely to see you as well.
You're from the university.
Well, I mean, I spent some time there. I wouldn't say I'm from there necessarily, but it is a second home.
You're the one that makes all the noise and everything every time you walk into a room.
Well, I can't say that I don't like to make it known when I arrive. I thought I didn't want to disturb you now, so I kept it to a minimum.
Right, of course. She kind of like stands up and crosses the room, and she puts that blue vial straight into your hands, and then moves across the room to a trunk where she throws open the lid and starts like throwing clothing just out of this trunk. And every single piece of this clothing is black or some variation thereof. She's like, where is it? Where is it? She's not paying any of you a lot of attention. The valet, you notice, has disappeared at some point through all of this.
I'll look at the vial and see if there's anything identifiable about what's inside of it, just out of curiosity.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Well, that's a 20 on the die, and I have Arcana, and I'm smart, so that's a 25.
Excellent. So, while you don't recognize exactly what this concoction is, you do recognize some of the ingredients that are kind of mixing about. And essentially, this is some kind of variation of a fireball. You're pretty certain that if you dropped this, that it would detonate right here.
Yeah, he's gonna hold it very carefully after recognizing the bits that went into it, and say to her, "So what is it exactly that you're working on here?"
I don't know. I needed to make something. You know, it's I needed to do something. It is. Everyone is crying and screaming all the time now. They don't really understand death, you know? They just pretend like they do. They want to understand death, but they have no idea what they're doing, what they're talking about.
Yes, I'll admit it's all a bit theatrical especially for the Visconde. He's perhaps not the most worthy item of sadness for town. But we actually came here to ask you something a little more specific. You've got some expertise. I've always admired your work.
You are going to be sycophantic too?
No, I'm telling you the truth. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think you might know something that I might not. If I could figure it out on my own, trust me, I wouldn't be asking another person. So,
and if I could say so, sorry, Miss Locks, Guillaume here's done nothing but speak very highly of you and your expertise, even before coming here. So he's not blowing smoke up your, if you'll excuse the phrasing. He's being genuine.
She kind of looks at the other two of you, like almost for the first time. What is this about?
have you ever encountered a poison that had extra space inside of it?
Extra space inside of it? What do you mean?
He'll like scramble around on on one of her desks for a moment to find a blank parchment and a piece of like a quill and some ink, and he'll start sketching out like the shape of the runes that were on the darts, like the bag of holding runes. Something like this, but in an injectable form, something that you could put on a dart.
These runes are not anything that makes much sense to me. I don't do much with glyphs and words and things. I'm much more about, well, and she kind of looks and realizes that you're still holding that bottle. She kind of reaches over and kind of takes it from you with not as much care as she probably should, and just kind of like sets it close to the edge of the vanity to then go back to focusing on what you've drawn on this piece of paper. She says, well, this looks like some kind of like a delivery method, a dart of some kind. You would use this to pierce someone and inject the poison that it contains from inside into them. But without being able to study the substances that were used to make the poison, I can't say.
What if you had a sample of the poison? Could you discreetly investigate it and maybe try to find out what its constituent parts were?
Dabbling with poisons is somewhat of a passion of mine. It is how I pass my free time. But if you want discretion, well, there is a way to buy that.
And what would that way be?
She kind of takes a step back and like looks you up, and then like turns and looks Vera up and down. 1,000 gold pieces. But I understand if maybe you cannot afford such a high price. I am in very high demand.
No, of course, I do understand. I I just may have run through this month of what Father has given me, and I running a little lighter in the coin purse than usual, but I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement.
She just kind of stops and raises an eyebrow from beneath kind of that shaggy hair and stares at you with these kind of unnerving eyes.
Are you open to an exchange? Something I could give you that would be worth something to you?
Perhaps.
Or perhaps a promise of future service?
Or that?
If I take a look at this poison, if it is something that I have decided that I would value, you would gift it to me as a part of my fee?
I don't think there would be a problem with that. What do you think?
I'd like to keep one or two of the darts ourselves, but so we have at least
How
some
many do you
sample.
have? She kind of looks a little like bewildered.
Definitely not a whole bag of them. Just a
Her
couple.
eyes kind of
Just
go
a couple
wide.
darts.
Well, who is it that you mean to kill?
No, nothing like that. It's a bit more complicated. It's maybe more who we're trying to avoid being killed by. But really, the less you know about this, the better.
She kind of like takes the dart and like holds it to the mirror, like looking at it in the glow of the blue vial that sits nearby, kind of turning it over in the reflection. This is the dart that killed him, isn't it?
Well, not that one.
My goodness. Okay, I will do it. I will identify what this poison is. For you, since you study at the university, I will do this for 500 gold pieces.
If you're all right with payment being delayed a bit, I think we can arrange that.
Yes. She kind of like waves her hand. You can tell like the coin likely doesn't actually mean much to her. She would be a little young to have much in the way of spending money of her own anyways at this point. She's definitely still very much a charge of her mother's. So she kind of turns this dart over and over again. This is one of the ones that still has poison in it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we only had the one that was used up, and we gave it back.
Right. Okay.
I think you said, how many were there in the thing that we stole, that Locks stole? There were like 12 or 6 or somewhere between 6 and 12.
Yeah, it was like a number.
There were, I actually wrote it down. We have 3.
Oh, perfect. Sweet. I'm glad somebody did.
Yeah, I was way off. Yeah.
Samsonite. I was way off. So she takes this and she begins work immediately, completely dropping any pretense of negotiations or entertaining you any further at all. Is the plan to kind of hang out until she might have some kind of discovery, or?
No, I was thinking I would give her a way to contact me. She can probably send a message to my household, and it would get to me.
Okay. Yeah, she probably, before you're able to leave, she kind of throws a few questions at you, and they're very like morbidly curious about the details involving the assassination. She wants to know how long it took before he died. You know what it was that seemed to actually kill him about the poison. If his skin turned any kinds of colors, if anything happened to his tongue, like very specific questions, especially for a 14-year-old.
The need to be liked, especially by people that he wants something from, is so great in Guillaume that it overwhelms any like sense of propriety about answering these questions or any disgust at the questions themselves. And he like enthusiastically entertains her questions for probably a good like 15 minutes of like, oh yes, no, of course. His face started to turn a deep blue as the coins were choking him, coming out of his esophagus until they fell one by one to the floor, like trying to make it as like just he likes to be liked, and so he's going to indulge in whatever it is he thinks will get this person to like him.
Okay. So, with her turning her full attention on this vial, with the promise of payment, as well as the promise of information that she discovers being exchanged, the 3 of you, if you'd like, you can depart. Okay.
I think before we depart, since she's so into her thing that she's doing there, Vera is going to try and see if she can swipe that fireball vial that Guillaume had.
Interesting. Okay. So, just to clarify, currently, that is the only thing lighting the room.
Oh.
So,
okay.
So, taking it would be pretty ballsy.
Pretty obvious. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't realize that was the only source of light that was going on.
Like,
yeah.
Why is it so dark in here? Like, I don't know. It's weird. I don't really know. Anyway,
no, I didn't catch that.
Why is your pocket glowing?
Yeah. No, I didn't realize that. I thought there was other light in the room too.
That's fair. Oh. That's on me.
No,
I just wanted
in that
to make
case,
sure.
I'm totally not going to, because removing the source of light would be rather obvious.
I would definitely ask her for the recipe for that fireball in a jar, though.
Yeah, no kidding.
Okay. She'll tell you she'll write it down, and maybe you can talk later.
I think Vera would probably at some point during the conversation too, as they were talking, going through and being, yes, your mother, she was, your mother actually thought that Guillaume was here to propose marriage to you. And she'd kind of throw that in and drop it in the conversation.
She wishes. She wants me to be
He
just like
wishes
her.
too, darling.
She kind of stops what she's doing and kind of looks at Guillaume with like a shocked, kind of almost weirded out kind of expression. Goodbye.
Vera just cracks a little smile, and as we're turning to leave, she looks at Guillaume and just gives him a wink. And then she loops her arm into Lox's and walks out the door.
Yeah, he was too caught up like looking around at her alchemical ingredients to actually hear what Vera said at the end. And so he just like caught her looking at him strangely and then like shrugged as he left. Waved.
I think she likes you, Guillaume.
Very intelligent young woman. Her career will be something to watch.
Okay. So, I also have noted that Chimeran wants to ask some questions about the House of Coins allegiance with the House of Crowns. So that's something we could do. I also know that Guillaume was planning on heading to the university at some point to research the symbols on the dart. Also do that. Or, once again, any other ideas that might pop up into your minds as to things you might want to accomplish before the funeral gala. Maybe.
I think that Sylvie would be trying to get as many people. Has Sylvie noticed a downtick in her business or not since the rumors of the assassination have spread?
So that was a question I was going to have for you. Is your shop open?
Oh, yes. Of
Yes?
course.
Okay.
And it has been outfitted with all black clothing.
Perfect. Yeah, you have seen a considerable increase in traffic and business as of late. Strangely enough, it seems to coincide with the events of the assassination. Almost overnight, your clientele has tripled. And naturally, every single one of them spends no time turning things to gossip, digging for information and details. Where was it that he died? You know, what happened? And every single one of them, with each new piece of whatever, however much you decide to give to them, is shocked by the gruesomeness of it, and uses your fainting couch frequently, to pretend, not unlike Vera, that they're just too distraught with how gruesome of an event this is, but they soak every bit of it up.
Yeah, Sylvie will leave out certain details, but will play up the shocked little store owner who was graced with the presence of this fantastic man who then dreadfully died, and would nod her head over to where the seat that he sat on, and just kind of ham it up in that way, and also ham it up in the oh, I hope my business doesn't fail because of this. My dream has been to create the most beautiful gowns, and it would just be such a shame if just very hamming up the little dainty dressmaker.
And I think, I think Costanza is probably a bit out of pocket. I don't think that she's really like come into work. She seems to be genuinely kind of shaken by what happened and has taken some time, But if you would please roll me a perception check.
10.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty much, other than just the increase in business, the same kind of request that you would normally get, expected because of the circumstances. Almost all of them are requests for black attire, either veils or hats of some kind or full-on outfits. But in addition, there are also a lot of people who are having last-minute alterations to change their outfit from what would be more appropriate for a coronation and a little bit more appropriate for a funeral. But the alterations aren't that extreme. People still want to look their best, be admirable, even if it is going to be a funeral.
But then, yeah, Sylvie would just be working her fingers and her magic to the bone to try and get all these dresses ready. Would be at the shop all the time, day and night.
Anyone else?
I think Vera's probably doing the proper, in her line of work, the proper thing that she can do to show that the Castillo is in mourning too. And typically the front of it is, rather lavishly lit and brilliant like curtains, and maybe on the upper balcony there's some fabrics that change out the colors depending on the day, but everything's kind of been converted over to black. Most of the lights are out on the front except maybe for the first two doors, and when you initially walk into the building, like the entire lobby is, all the furniture is draped over in black fabrics, and the typical food spread that's set out isn't maybe quite as extensive. It's more kind of plain and reserved, and they're still seeing clientele and still doing what they do, but it's with less. You can't hear the music outside the building right now. Everything's much more on the hush hush side of things. And then she's talking up, the clientele that comes in and seeing what kind of information she hears. She has some friends in all walks of the city life, from the, high up elites to some of the lower underground types and stuff. And maybe she's pulling some of them aside and asking if they've heard strange things about fights between the families of the assassinated gentleman, and about the coins there and who's fighting. Is there a reason someone would dislike him and be displeased with him, more than just the standard gossip? Kind of trying to do some digging along those lines.
Okay. Give me an investigation roll or persuasion. Either one.
Uh, 15 persuasion.
Okay. So, the thing that you quickly understand as you start holding all of these individuals, and this is just the way that this goes, the theories go every which direction as to, what could have been going on and who could have been angry and who wanted his title or his powers. But the kernel of truth that you seem to continually circle around, that seems to be the most common through all of the people that you talk to, is this bit about the House of Coins, kind of not merging with, but so Turin Agnese was a consigliere of the House of Coins, of the merchants and the bankers and things. He was a silver merchant. And him being named a Visconde would make him part of the nobility, which, even though he would not technically have a seat in the House of Crowns, which is the one that is the voting power of the nobility, it would land him amongst their number as a peer. And that would cause basically him to have influence in two different houses of the governing body, which makes a lot of people very, very nervous. That seems to have upset the balance. This kind of unprecedented play, however it came about. Anybody else?
Yeah, so Chimeran would have spent some time in maybe one of the gentleman rooms playing cards or some sort of gambling game with other young noblemen, and hoping to steer the conversation at some point towards this whole the topic of Turing becoming a Viscount, and basically trying to get out what who would be the most opposed. Like, we know that there a lot of noble families would have been probably upset by this, but Chimeran is trying to find out who would have been the most opposed to this, who had the most to lose by having one of the merchant class now part of the nobility. So that's kind of how he's going to try to lean the conversations.
Okay. So same, you can give me an investigation or persuasion, whichever you choose.
Persuasion it is.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, that'll be a 23.
Okay. So you manage to learn much the same as Vera learned, that a lot of the guesswork seems to circle around the fact that he would essentially have influence into houses. So the way that the government works in Gerdessi or in Gerdes is that there's typically 5 votes for anything that comes up as law that needs to pass, and 1 vote is cast for each of the 5 houses of government. The monarchy has one. The nobility has one that's separate from the monarchy, so the monarchy is literally just the king or the queen, and then the nobility has one. And then there's the House of Churches, which is all of the faith-based individuals, and then you have the House of Coins, which is all the merchants and bankers, and then you have the House of the Collegiate, which is all the academics and arcane studiers. So if anything, in order for anything to pass in government, it has to have 3 votes out of those 5. So somebody who effectively controls influence in 2 of those houses is 2/3 of the way to basically getting anything that they want passed. And with how much open bribery and threatening and things like that happens in the government, it's not usually difficult to sway one of those votes. So this is definitely a massive power play for somebody to basically straddle two houses like that. So certainly, the people that would be the most opposed to this union between the House of Coins and the House of Crowns would be the House of the Monarchy, the King or the Queen, the House of Churches, and the House of the Collegiate. Anybody who would be a seated member of one of those three houses would certainly have reason to dislike this change. Let me see if there's anything else.
Would anyone within the House of Crowns itself be worried about having one of the House of Coins, now a member also of the House of Crowns?
So probably not so much. Not at least that is apparent on the surface. Not that anybody would be talking about or gossiping about. This would probably go fairly well for the House of Crowns, because the House of Crowns often votes similarly to the House of the Monarchy. And so they're kind of comfortably positioned between two other houses. So this would probably benefit them quite a bit. Now, someone from the House of Coins might find this a little bit alarming, because they're essentially would be kind of brought into bed, so to speak, with the House of Crowns and the House of the Monarchy.
So who else would have been who would have had a lot of power in the House of Coins besides Turin's family? We'll now be losing some.
There are quite a few of them. Like on the Consigliero, the kind of ruling body of Alidalgo, there's probably 200 seats, give or take. I mean, there's a ton of Consigliere and Consigliera that are on these panels, these houses. So there's no shortage of list of people who would possibly take offense to this. Many of which, strangely enough, perhaps, you fully expect will be at the funeral gala.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay. So I know it looks like Lox has something that you wanted to try to take care of before the gala. Looks like Sylvie also has something, as well as Guillaume. And I know we have at least one planned thing for Guillaume for going to the library as well. So whichever of you wishes to go ahead, you may do so.
Yeah, I'll go ahead if that's cool. So at some point in the days between the assassination and this gala, Lox would probably find a moment when he's out sort of wandering the streets to keep an eye out for any bands of roving urchins, any kids that are out on their own, like lifting food off of stands or picking pockets, running through alleyways. Basically, I want to find whatever little orphans are running around this city and approach them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think perhaps with a little bit of Lox's history, finding a group of children like this is not difficult. Identifying them for what they really are, that they're not merely just street urchins, that they have the knack. You kind of watch a particular group for just a little, and they seem to kind of have spread out whenever you first see them. Each of them kind of either begging for for coin, or one of them over here, kind of closer to the market, is actively kind of pickpocketing. But there's enough similarity between them that you're kind of watching them each individually as a group, and then sure enough, your instincts were right, and when each of them has kind of finished their particular shtick, they all kind of find a way to discreetly meld together in kind of an out of the way corner of this kind of busy courtyard area, and it's very obvious that there's a slightly older one. He's probably 12, 13, who seems to be kind of the ringleader, and he's kind of collecting everybody's scores and then like dividing it out, and they're kind of talking in a hushed whisper, but they're fast and they're good.
So I would approach them. I would make my presence like known. I wouldn't try to sneak up on them. And if they react with any sort of like hostility or trying to run away, I would just put my hands up and say, "No problems here. I'm not here to cause any trouble. I've just got some questions for y'all, and there's coin in it for you if you want it. Feel like earning a little extra for the pot today?"
The leader type kind of eyes you up and down, and he kind of just, with a real fast jerk of his head in either direction, the others in the group kind of not fan out around you, but they kind of move apart, and they're definitely moving into like advantageous positions around you. And they're very casual about it. Some of them are kind of leaning against a wall. One of them pretends like he's going to go sit down on like a stoop that's nearby. And this older one kind of looks at you and he says, "How much coin are we talking?"
Well, how about a silver for each of you?
A silver for each of us?
More where that came from, if you give me something worth thinking about. And hey, a little tip, and I'll kind of like kneel down to their level and say, whenever you're splitting the pot, make sure you station someone at the mouth of the alley in case any looky-loos want to go snooping.
He kind of like looks around. "Yeah, I didn't know that. My man is just still in the shadows hiding. He knew you were coming."
Right. Well, listen, I know that no one in this city has as good a finger on the pulse of this place as you lot. And I'm looking for a particular kind of person. Cloaked, armed, with a metal mask. And I'm going to cast prestidigitation in the palm of my hand and create a sort of almost like toy-like sort of facsimile of the assassin. Looks something like this.
His hand shoots out with remarkable speed and grabs your wrist and yanks it down. "What are you doing?"
I kind of pull my hand back, and as my fist closes, the spell sort of dissipates into smoke. Magic. You got a problem?
"Not with the spell. You can't go around showing people."
You know this person.
"It's not a person. It's a group of people."
I open up my coin purse and pull out 2 silver. Keep talking.
"If they find you, you don't know me. And I don't know you.
I'm not dragging anyone into this with me. I'm trying to get myself out. So any help you can give me, I'll compensate you."
You've crossed blades with them?"
Didn't manage to get my blade out before he stabbed me in the gut. But you could say that, sure.
"You're lucky that you live."
I am.
"So, this group is They're known as the men in the iron masks.
Original name.
It's just what they're called. I don't know if that's what their real name is.
Right.
I don't exactly
continue. Sorry.
hang out with them. I don't know a lot about them, but they're good with a sword, and he kind of indicates your hand with magic too.
Yeah, they conjure magic in their hands like I do.
More than that, they know magic. They study magic. You know, there's scrolls and potions and rings and wands and expensive stuff. You know.
More like a science.
Yes, like it's from the schools.
Yeah. These men in the iron masks, they ever what sorts of things do they get up to?
Not anything that I want to know about. I've already said too much.
All right, listen, I'm not looking to get you or your lot in any sort of trouble, so we'll stop it there. But, well, here, and I'll give 2 silver to each of the kids, and then I'll flash a gold and say, this right here is prepayment. And I slide it over to him. You keep an eye out for these men in iron masks. I don't want you to get in their way, and I don't want you to get in their business. But if you see them coming, going anywhere, I want you to fill me in.
Kind of
something
like
you can do.
Nods his head. The coin disappears very fast, faster than the other kids begin to disappear, as this kind of leader stays behind to conclude his business with you. He shakes his head as he takes this gold, and he kind of like reaches up and bites it before he puts it away. And he says, "If you get into trouble with the men in the outer masks, you want to find the Saint of Rats. He's the only one who could probably help you."
Saint of Rats. And where might I find this gentleman?
If you go looking for him, he'll find you.
Perfect. Well, I'll do just that. I'm Lox, by the way.
I don't know you.
And I don't know you. But I look forward to chatting again real soon, huh?
And he turns and like disappears.
And I kind of say under my breath, make sure you take care of those kids too. And kind of stand up and brush myself off and head on home.
All right. Who else?
I can go quickly. Sylvie,
Sure.
with kind of this, Sylvie, even though she has a invitation, would like to try and find somebody to invite her, or to be someone's +1 to this funeral gala. With all the people coming in and out, she wants to try and find someone who perhaps is in need of a partner.
Certainly. I don't think that's any kind of problem at all. There's so many people that are coming and going from your shop that are also going to be attending the funeral gala, that it would be easy to find one who either did not have a +1 or something came up, with their +1 and they're not able to make it. So you can absolutely find someone to attend with. Do you have a preference for, the kind of person you'd be looking to attend with?
Sylvie wants a person who is not boring to Sylvie. So is not, but also someone who may not notice if Sylvie kind of leaves for a bit and comes back, is, you know, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, Sylvie wants someone who's very interesting, probably someone who doesn't take these galas too seriously.
I think maybe I have the perfect person in mind. I think maybe that she's tied to your character. I think that the two of you might already know each other. But Sophia, she is a rising opera star in the local theater. Sophia de Morcon, I believe. Yep, Sophia de Morcon, and she's kind of like just now beginning to become a recognized name and a recognized face. And she is known obviously for her beauty, but also her immaculate voice and the emotion that she shows on the stage. She's kind of becoming the new it thing in Alidalgo. So she had a +1 already planned, but at the last moment, he has become very, very ill and is not able to attend. And you're fairly certain that it would be very easy to disappear in the shadow of Sophia at this party.
Perfect. That is exactly what Sylvie wants. Excellent. And then, perfect. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what Sylvie wants to do. Excellent.
Okay. And Guillaume, I know, like I said, that you wanted to go to the library, but you also mentioned something in the chat.
Yeah, I'll skip the other thing for now.
No, it's fine.
Let's do the library.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah. I was thinking about it. We'll just do the library for now.
Okay. So Guillaume, you head to the Academia del Tejido, this academy of the arcane arts, where you have done studies off and on. I don't know how consistently Guillaume has actually attended the university. I'll leave that kind of obviously up to you, but you're at least familiar with the campus and, you know, where things are and who a lot of the students are. So what is something that's arcane and unique about this university as we see you kind of approaching it?
The pathways between the buildings, like all the buildings have these elaborate sky bridges built, but they're all built with a sort of illusory magic that makes them next to invisible, so that people are just kind of almost walking in the sky between these buildings. Like there's this hint of kind of stonework, like you can tell that they are actually, you know, they're of the same make, but it's kind of just a feature of the college that everyone knows about, that like the invisible sky bridges.
Okay. So I think you're probably headed into the library itself. And the library is this grand, opulent, stocked building, you know, with these like shelves that kind of like rotate independently of one another. And it takes, you know, staircases that go up 30, 40 feet sometimes to reach the volumes on the upper shelves. Many of these volumes go back hundreds, if not thousands of years. And there's, books on almost any subject you could imagine here, as long as it, of course, pertains in some fashion to the arcane arts and the study therein. So I think you're probably here for no more than a few minutes, maybe gathering some of these tomes, perhaps even regarding specifically to runes, glyphs, wards, things of that nature, written magic. And you hear a voice that calls out to you. Desdote, is that you?
He lets out a deep sigh and turns. Yes, decided to do a bit of research on my off time.
Since when do you
Look
come
for
to the
who's
library
talking.
for reading? You see an individual crossing to you. Let's do the art share part first. Hold on. This is another student here at the school. The son of a baron, a barona. And he is named Alanievo Diante. He is he's of a similar cut of cloth to Guillaume, the son of a wealthy nobleman. He spends a lot of time at the university, mingling, making important connections for his future, and studying when he feels like it.
Well, usually when I'm studying in the library, I disguise myself so that I'm not swarmed by my many admirers.
A crowd of 3 would be too much. It is true.
It's hard to read with even one person speaking to me.
So he kind of takes this cane that he uses to walk around, and he kind of taps the top of the stack of books that you're carrying. Some light reading? What is all of this? What are you doing, Guillaume? What are you really up to?
If you must know, I was thinking it might be time for me to finally graduate. And I thought perhaps writing my dissertation on written forms of magic might be something that hasn't been done in a little while. So
if you really are serious about writing such a dissertation, you know who you should speak with.
no,
He's a very
I can't say I do.
he's a very good friend of mine. His name is you know him, of course, Rovido Borriera, the elven chap. You know him.
Is that someone the game would be familiar with?
I would say so. Yeah. He is the son. No, he's the nephew of someone very important. Trust me, because I totally have my notes open to that page with that information on it, and I'm not pulling it up right now as I'm stalling for time, because that would be irresponsible of me as a dungeon master. And
I would never accuse you of that, and likewise, I would never try to help you solve for time, because I think that would be beneath me as a player.
Truly, I appreciate that from you as a friend.
That's why I would never accuse you of that, because I've never once as a player or a DM reached for anything.
So
top of mind,
yes,
all the time.
He's the nephew of Arvenudo Leo Trompe, who is actually a consigliere of Aversone. He's from a different city, and he is a Marquess, so he's the nephew of a Marquess, and is very, very skilled, kind of the best in the school at these kinds of magics, wards, glyphs, runes. It's the kind of thing where he's almost like Hermione Granger from Harry Potter. He's kind of a savant, the best that's been in the university in several generations, kind of thing. Yes, I think that perhaps you should talk to him. Like I said, we are very good friends.
Well, if you could put me in contact, I would certainly appreciate it. It would make my research easier. It would at least point me in the right direction.
I should. I would do so, but now that I think about it, I have not seen him in class lately. But I think I know why. It's because he has been spending so much time with his new lover.
Oh, do tell.
Yes, it's what is her name? She's very beautiful, but a simple little creature. What is her name? Oh, yes, it is Costanza Benediso. That's her name. She's a seamstress or something.
Oh, yes. Lovely. I think I am familiar with her. I've purchased a tunic or two in her shop. The shop she works in.
You have been to this Savoir-faire boutique?
Oh, do you not know Sylvie? She does almost all of my my ballware. She's doing an incredible piece for the. You're going to the masquerade tonight, of course. She's done an incredible piece for me.
I mean, I've got my invitation, of course, but I'm far too busy to be able to attend the studies that I must complete.
Well, if you do have time, I may have found myself a +1. I may be so, indisposed. I wouldn't necessarily call it a date or anything, but I would say that I wouldn't mind your accompaniment.
Well, if you would need someone to, attend with you, to show you around, introduce you to the faces of Hidalgo, I would be happy to do so, Guillaume.
Oh, it never hurts to show up without a bit of arm candy. Yes. Why don't I'll send the details to your people.
Wonderful. He looks almost like he's trying to suppress panic. Well, I must get to class. And he turns and he heads the exact opposite direction of where all of the classrooms are located in the university. He's definitely, without a doubt, going to go scramble for something to wear.
Guillaume takes the books that he's found and fairly unceremoniously leaves them on the counter, and he is going to book it to try to find Sylvie to tell her what he just found out.
I think that we see Guillaume push open the doors of the library, and just about that time we see an eruption of prestidigitation magic as we hear somebody in the library scream, "Not again!" Of course, it comes from the place where Guillaume has just left this stack of books. Okay. So, is there anything else that someone wants to do before we get to Guillaume approaching Sylvie with this tidbit of information?
No, we're going to make it awkward because Guillaume has left the building for right now, and
Thanks.
We're definitely not going to try to stall for time at all.
Missing Austin already.
He's on his way. It takes time. He's left the library and now he's on his
He's
way.
running.
he doesn't have teleportation magic. It's just he's actually got to take a carriage and
Exactly.
ride over there.
Meanwhile, we're all sitting over here in the side chat arguing who's going to go to who with what date and stuff.
Yeah, I have unknowingly created a dating sim game. Apparently.
I was actually funny that you mentioned. I was actually going to have spent one night with Sophia, seeing if she had heard any rumors, because she has a different kind of connections than my poker buddies. So I would have, yes.
Okay.
One time. Plied her with alcohol. You know the drill.
Fair enough. The two of you imbibe and, writhe around the way that you would normally do. Loose lips sink ships and all of that. So I don't know that she would have anything extra. Probably even less than what you already heard, honestly. And I think it would be pretty obvious to you, having been there, that a lot of what she seems to know is very much hearsay, and is kind of unsubstantiated.
Yeah. So I think, knowing how she doesn't really hear a lot, but she does hear a lot of gossip and stuff. I think I'm going to try and lead the conversation, when we're, the pillow talk kind of thing, about what the other noblemen are saying about this assassination, because she would have heard a little bit of something, like the wives would have talked, and she might have heard that in some of the after show parties and such. Because I know she keeps a good ear to the ground, because that's how she, she's the rising star at this point.
So, okay. You can roll me a persuasion check, and you can have advantage. You have an established relationship with Sophia.
If she likes me. Okay, so that
Too.
be a little tipsy. That is a 17 on the persuasion.
17. Okay. So, you discover that the majority of the gossip about what could have caused it seems to revolve around the incredibly long list of lovers that Tareen had. He is, after all, an elf and has lived for a long time. It is purported that he had too many to even list, but they certainly do try. And that the list of people who might consider him an enemy is even longer. You ran into this individual and had a small interaction with him, and you had a pretty healthy distaste for his company. That seems to be the general consensus from most of the people. It does not seem like he had very many friends or allies at all. You're muted.
Yeah, I just realized that. So that sounds pretty normal. It's also a little disheartening because it means the list of suspects is ever growing. I think we'll also bring the conversation around to this upcoming funeral gala that we're all going to. And the fact that I have an invitation.
She says, "Oh, you are going to be going, of course. Well, as it turns out, I will be going as well. So I will see you there. Perhaps we can dance while we're there."
Chimeran's just kind of taken aback a little bit because he was expecting her to ask him and then be able to politely refuse her. And so the fact that she's already going has kind of put him off his game a little bit. And he's like, "Oh, you're going."
Well, Cameron, I was already asked by someone, and there's going to be a lot of people there that would be good for my career. I had to say yes. I did not know that you were even going to go.
He reaches over and he kind of grasps a lock of her hair and he's like twirling it around his finger and just kind of playing with it. "Of course, my darling. Of course you have to go. I will meet you there. We will have a wonderful time dancing."
Of course we will. Perhaps a
But for
tango or
now,
two.
a tango it is. And then he kind of will lean down and just kind of kiss her on the forehead. "But now I must go. It is getting late. We don't want tongues to wag now, do we?" And he just
Depends on
winks
the tongue.
Of course.
Okay. Yes, so perhaps a slight sting as Chimeran leaves the presence of Sophia, unbeknownst who it is that Sophia has agreed to go with.
Yeah, I wasn't going to demean myself and ask her that question. I'm not that interested. Of course I am.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay. So I'll leave it up to Guillaume and Sylvie to tell me where it is that the two of you basically run into one another again. I know Sylvie said that you were basically spending day and night at the shop, so that might be where Guillaume finds you, but I'll leave that up to you two.
I kind of imagined that, yes, Sylvie is at the shop day and night. And Guillaume was supposed to come in for a fitting and alteration, and he is late.
Yeah, when he does arrive, he's bursting through the door, and like his finery is a little rumpled. Like it looks like he's actually been running to get here, and he does none of his regular fanfare. And he's panting a bit. "Sylvie, back room." Looking around to see like there are a few people in here. Fitting. We're in a hurry.
Last time I checked, you were late, and as you can see, I am very busy.
"Sylvie, I think you'll want to help me with my fitting." And he gives her like a very insistent look, like this is not about the fitting. And he kind of like stops for a second and he just like points at her and he mumbles real quietly, and she hears as he casts whisper. He says, like, "When was the last time you saw your assistant?"
Yeah, that gets, you can see Sylvie has like almost rolled her eyes at you as she turns away, but then when you send that, she turns back very quickly. Oui. Of course, you're fitting. Yes. Let us go. And she like rushes you back.
Yeah, the second they're in the back room, he'll just tell Sylvia everything about how he was, he was at the library trying to find books about magic runes and ran into someone who told him about this expert in his class that had been last seen dating Costanza.
And I mean, it's been a few days since, but that's because Sylvie thinks it's because of grieving, correct? Is that what Costanza has said?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, it has been a few days since I have seen Costanza. But I'm sorry. I can let you know next time she comes in. Do you want to speak with
Where
her?
does she live? Where does she live? Do you know that? She, there's no way this is a coincidence. The person who knows about, and he kind of like gestures to like all of this, like the glyphs, working with someone in your shop.
Oh, Costanza has been here for a very long. Yes, but you are right. And she's gonna like write down some kind of address or place mark of where uh, Constanza would be, if she would know that.
I
3
think
years,
so.
I think. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, 3 years.
I think so.
Yeah. So she scribbles something. Do you? Perhaps I should come with you. Um, we don't want somebody strange to suddenly come at her door, and I just want to also make sure that she is okay. She was quite heartbroken about what had happened.
I think we should get everyone if we can.
Mm,
I'm worried that her house may not be a safe place.
that is quite concerning. Yes, that is a good idea to get everyone. I agree. But your actual fitting. Just give me one moment.
Yes,
And
of
she
course.
turns
I
and she's going to turn back. And she has this sash for you. And she and it's kind of like this black color to fit whatever clothes that Guillaume wanted to wear to this event. But this sash, she holds it out for you to feel, and it looks like just like this black silk, fine silk. But as you hold it, you can feel it, and it's extremely warm, and it almost feels. You can feel the magic running through it as soon as you hold it. And this is an enchanted sash that gives you +1 to your spell attack.
He immediately like puts it on, even though he's not wearing the outfit he'd wear, and he is like preening in the mirror, like, oh yes, this is good. I like this.
Who lets me know how it works. It is something that I have been tinkering with. You know, a little magic and infused in with the silk, and let me know how it works.
I feel a little bit of crackle in my fingertips when I wear this. I love it.
Well, don't get too excited. I just cleaned up. So she like pushes you out and and is kind of she's going to I guess it's getting close, so she kind of like rushes everyone out of her shop with the closing. And yeah.
Okay. So at some point the five of you are gathered back together again. Perhaps maybe at Sylvie's shop, maybe after hours or something. Kind of brought together, and the intent is to go and visit or check up on Constanza. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Before you get there, is there anything that the other three of you want to say, or a reaction that you might have to this this turn of events, this additional information?
So did Guillaume tell us? What exactly would Guillaume have told us?
The same stuff he told Sylvie, just everything that transpired basically from going to the library to getting to Sylvie's.
And would you have dropped the names?
Yeah.
Okay. I think at the drop of one
He's
name.
like rushing through the names like, well, I was at the library and Alan Nueve was there. And so Alan Nueve told me that I should go talk to Revito. But he told me that Revito was dating, like he's doing like the teenage girl, so Revito's apparently dating Costanza. And she is working with Sylvie. And everyone knows about Sylvie's shop.
Austin, you can take a point of inspiration, please. So is there a reaction from Chimeran to this rambling?
That is probably a complete, utter confusion and lazy-eyed look as he just like, sorry, I asked.
Excellent. Okay. While you are all at the shop, before you depart, please roll me perception checks. Oh, okay. Oh, hot damn. Oh boy.
They're all bedazzled from my look.
Apparently. Who did I not get one from? Oh, can you say you got a 1? You rolled a 1? Oh no. Wonderful. Okay, so everybody is just oblivious, apparently. For some reason, and I will leave that up to you, Karen. Chimeran happens to notice something about the dais, the levitation dais that Sylvie uses for fittings. That you notice something about the edge of this dais. It's got a repeating pattern to it, kind of all the way around. But at one point, you notice that pattern has been altered. It's been changed a little. It's very, very subtle, but it's like, the same symbol essentially kind of like repeated in a geometric kind of pattern, boom, 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 and then there's this one different one, and then boom, 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 all the way around.
So maybe the rest of them are all looking at the Guillaume's new sash and checking it out, and Sylvie is just kind of talking about maybe explaining kind of some of the techniques she used in making it. Chimeran is a little bit not interested, and so he is looking at other things in the store, looking at maybe other fabrics, and he comes across the dais and he's noticing this pattern. Sylvie, darling, who painted your dais, your fitting dais?
Who did paint my dais?
So I imagine that it's something you probably had made, if you didn't make it yourself, or have a hand in it. It was probably something that was worked out with, some of the mages in Alidalgo who do similar work to what you do, maybe not in garments, but in objects and everyday items and things like that people might use, imbuing them with magic.
Okay, so just someone, that she hired. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. He was a lovely gentleman. His name was Henri, and he was one of the mages, and he worked in that fine work for me to make the platform levitate.
And have you ever had any problems with him? Ever? Is his work good?
Henri, sure, if you like floating furniture, he's great.
Look, and Cameron looks a little bit like he's just a little puzzled.
What are you getting at?
Come here and look at this.
Sylvie walks over and she's just, you can see like she has like dark circles under her eyes from working so much, and she just kind of blinks and squints down, kind of looking at it.
And Chimeran just
Does
like
she see this?
points right
Once
at
it's
it.
pointed out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you know anybody or if you have any OCD tendencies yourself, you would absolutely not be able to unsee it once you notice it.
Oh, that is so strange. I don't know why that is like that.
It doesn't look at all like it's supposed to be here. It's just wrong.
No. Right. Well, thank you for pointing it out to me. I wouldn't have noticed, and that would have been so bad for business if all of a sudden, poof, poof, and everyone fell down.
Right? Or if people noticed the design was not perfect.
Right. Sylvie's going to take a closer look, and she's going to like run her hand along this design flaw.
Absolutely. Sylvie, you or anyone else who is getting involved in the inspection of this can roll an Arcana check.
Oh my goodness. Rolled a 1, which gives me a 6.
Ooh. So you're not sure. It's annoying, that it's out of pattern or whatever, but apparently it just doesn't really mean much to Sylvie. Lox and Guillaume, you definitely notice that something is strange about it, and you realize that these geometric shapes, this kind of repeating stamp, if you will, is runic in nature, that it is a rune, it is a glyph. And then obviously the one that is being indicated is different. But it's Vera who apparently actually notices and is able to tell that while it is a different rune, it is the same rune that has simply been altered. Like it has additional lines that have been added to it. And Vera, you realize that these lines somewhat seem to coincide with some of the glyphs on the darts that you got.
So it's all the same rune all the way around, but there's a section of it that's got extra markings. Essentially.
Yeah, it's like the same rune all the way around, except for this one spot that was that same rune, but it has had something added to it, and it looks similar in its shape and its markings to the runes on the dart.
Bear's gonna kind of like kneel down a little bit and look at these runes, and she's like, yes, this is all. I mean, I reckon, yeah, these are. And then she's gonna, do we have one of those darts, Guillaume? Do you have one of the darts on hand?
I took sketchings of the glyphs, but I didn't take the darts with me.
Okay, then your sketches. Here, if you take the paper and you turn it like this and kind of tilt it, they look similar. I mean, they shouldn't be doing this. The ones I've seen before, I mean, you need the full circle in order to keep the levitation going. So I mean, what would this have to do with the darts?
Somebody's tampering with the shop. Means someone's been in here, either before or after man was killed in here.
How high up are these glyphs? Like, what level are they?
So the dais is only, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches off of the floor, and it's a similar kind of thing in a suit shop or a dress shop or whatever, where you would kind of step up on top of it and have mirrors kind of halfway around you or whatever, except this one just has these etchings all the way around the rim of the platform, and when activated it levitates someone on the dais, and then when deactivated it slowly lowers them back down.
First, the assassination in my shop. Now messing with my furniture. This has gone too far. Sylvie just throws up her hands.
What's
There's
odd?
been so many people.
What's odd is, so I've seen these before, and I was told if they were marred or scraped or ruined in any way that the levitation would stop, and this one hasn't. So whoever did this must have been skilled enough to understand how to put other runes on top of runes and not mess up the enchantment you have.
There have been so many people in my shop. It could have been anyone.
These are the same runes that are on the darts. This has to be connected. I think your assistant is the clear suspect, at least. I mean, she had access to your shop, and
No, I cannot believe it. Constanza has been there for me. When I had my first shop, I opened up. She has been with me for years.
Well, Sylvie, maybe it's not her. Maybe she's showing off the shop after hours and bringing others with her, and maybe she doesn't even know that this is happening. Maybe we really do just need to go check on her.
she was coerced into this.
Or maybe one of the men in the iron masks did it themselves. But I think they're right. I think we should go check on her, rule things out, make sure she's safe.
I agree. I think that we should do that. Ugh, merde. And Sylvie is going to take the well, I guess she can't take the dice. She just wants to test it. She wants to activate it. She wants to see if it floats up. She just wants to look and just kind of peers underneath it.
So you activate it and deactivate it a few times, and it seems to function normally. It's been functioning that way since you got it, and it doesn't seem to work any differently. If it hadn't been pointed out, you don't know that you ever would have noticed. I think Guillaume or Sylvie, one of you would possibly recognize, maybe if once the sketches are kind of pulled out and compared, it doesn't seem like it's the same markings that are on this dart, but they seem to be like joined almost the way like a lock and key would fit together. It seems like whatever this marking is seems to have been specifically tooled as a match to these darts.
Guillaume will take another sketching of this, like sketch this rune as best he can, and just to keep a little parchment of it.
Okay. Guillaume finishes his new sketch of this rune, and the five of you depart for the house where Costanza Bendiso lives. And I think this is where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. I'm very happy with how everything has played out so far. I'm having so much fun watching these characters dunk on each other, as well as find ways to undermine each other's plans and further their own ambitions. This is just phenomenal. So thank all of you so far, and thank you all who have been tuning in. Sit tight, and we will be back with part 2 of the King of Coins. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We're going to be here with section 2, the second part of session 2, the King of Coins. This is Evermore le Masquerade. Things are just starting to heat up. So you have gone about several different lines of questioning, learning little crumbles of more information about this assassination. Who could have done it? Why? And it has led you to come back together as a group and inspect the dais in Sylvie's shop, discovering that something about that is amiss. One of the runes that has been carved into the side of it that causes the levitation seems to have been altered in some way that doesn't disrupt the way the levitation works, but somehow seemed to be tied directly into the functionality of these darts that you found on the member of what you now known as a group of the men in the iron masks. Somehow, it seems Sylvie's assistant, Costanza Benediso, was connected in a way through a student that is now kind of high on your list of people that you might want to speak with. A classmate of Guillaume's from the university that he attends, who seems to excel at glyphs, runes, and wards. So now the five of you are on your way to where Costanza lives. She is not of any kind of noble birth. She's not from a family that is necessarily well-to-do. So you might have to take a bit of a gondola ride from where Sylvie's shop is located in the plaza that surrounds the Fountain of Rainbows, which is in a considerably much nicer area of Aledalgo, to basically kind of across town. But when you arrive, you find, a tall building that is kind of a series of apartments that houses a couple of different families in it. And you know that one of them is the family, is where the Benedisos live. And you can make your way easily enough up the stairs to where the exterior door is and give a knock. And after a moment after you do so, her father answers. And you know that it's just her and her father that live together. Her mother passed some time ago. And he's an older man. He had her much later in life. And he kind of answers the door, cracking it open just enough to kind of, illuminate his face. And you can see this kind of somewhat stooped, kind of bushy mustache that is a little covering his upper lip, and his glasses that are kind of pulled down far on the end of his nose, which he now, instead of adjusting the glasses, just leans his head back so that he can look through the glasses at you. Hello?
Does Sylvie know his name?
I'll leave it up to you.
Yes.
Yes, you
does
do.
know his name.
Okay, perfect.
I would think so. I think Sylvie even has been to this house before.
Okay.
If they've known each other for that long.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's well within reason. Again, she's been in your employ for 3 years, so I think that's perfectly reasonable. His name is Giuseppe.
Good evening, Giuseppe. It is Sylvie.
Hello, Sylvie.
Hello. I hope you are doing well. It has been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Is Constanza here?
Yes, Costanza is in her room. Yes, A bit sad. This business with the consigliere seems to have upset her quite a bit.
Yes, that is understandable, and that is why we are here to make sure that she is doing okay.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Please, please come in, come in. And like as he opens the door, he then realizes the sheer volume of like your your entourage. And he kind of I may have to fetch some extra chairs.
No, don't worry about it. We won't not be here for very long. They were all here when it happened, so we all felt that
Oh,
she could she could we could all relate and comfort each other.
of course, of course. Please, make yourselves comfortable where you can. And he kind of like moves a couple of things out of the way and like upturns like a barrel that's nearby, kind of off in the corner, and he tries to find enough seating for everybody to be comfortable. I was just helping myself to some goat cheese and some grapes here, and he kind of like slides the plate towards all of you. Please help yourselves. I will go fetch my daughter. And he kind of
Locks
turns
is
and
like
shuffles
leaning
away.
into the plate before it even stops sliding across the table. He's like, "Oh, don't mind if I do. Thank you so much." And he's kind of like loading up his palm like it's a plate with grapes and goat cheese.
And like where a lot of the fare that the well-to-do people eat is very hard to get, this is like salt of the earth food. This is like soul food. It's greasy, and it's the kind of thing that some of you might not be entirely used to eating on a regular basis.
Yeah, Guillaume will politely take a small amount, but he's looking at it like, delicious. Thank you so much for your
No.
hospitality.
Guillaume, you do a little bit of both, do a grape with a little bit of the goat cheese. It pairs so perfectly. I'm telling you.
He'll go for it. And it is amazing. His mind is blown with this combination. Like, wait, so poor people eat this stuff all the time?
Well,
They're hiding that from us?
Oh dear, that's not them hiding anything from you. That's you not being able to see past the end of your nose there.
He just
speaking of
kind of
which, you got a
shrugs
little
and keeps eating
goat
grapes
cheese
with goat cheese.
on the end of your nose there, Guillaume.
I'll take care of it when I'm done. Oh.
After a few moments, Costanza will come back in. The father does not rejoin. Seems as though maybe he's going to try to make himself scarce so that you can have the room to talk amongst yourselves. It looks like she has been crying. She's been kind of upset, and she looks a little concerned or worried. When she walks in, obviously the first person that she sees is Sylvie, and she seems mostly concerned as to maybe why you're here. As her employer, she's probably a little nervous. But then she sees all the rest of you, and she kind of looks confused a little. I'm sorry. What is going on?
Sylvie strides up to Constanza and does like the cheek kiss greeting that I'm sure is quite common. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
Constanza, we came because we just wanted to make sure that you were doing okay after everything that happened.
Well, I've never seen someone die before. Especially not like that.
Shall we do an insight check and see if Constanza is sad or guilty when Sophie
Sure,
brings that up?
absolutely.
I was going to say Vera's very much watching this go down also.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay, and Vera?
25.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so both of you do not get any kind of indication that she is faking this sadness. However, you don't think the sadness has much to do with the loss of the Visconde. It seems like something else is troubling her. Like, the death definitely seems to have rattled her. It definitely seems to have shaken her. But the sadness seems to be sourcing from something else. And guilt is not something that you read any of, Sylvie.
Come, have a seat, please.
Of course. And she kind of crosses to like a small stool and sits down. Am I in trouble?
No. Of course not. Of course not. Just that we have known each other for a very long time, and I did not expect you to have such a reaction to what had happened. It is sad, yes, but you seem very distraught about it.
Well, it's not, to be honest, it's not just the dead body that bothers me.
Mm.
There is also something else, and that is why I have asked for some time away from the store.
Sylvie is going to hold Constanza's hand in hers and look at her and just something wrong with this store. We can fix whatever there is. You are my best assistant, and it has been quite busy without you. If there's anything we can do, I can do to help, please let me know.
The work is fine. I'm eager to return, honestly, and I've learned so much already from you, and I'm excited to work on these beautiful gowns and suits and everything. I just I thought that he kind of like looks around the room, a little nervous at the number of people present, the number of strangers present. I met someone who I thought they loved me, and we were talking about marriage, and he's the nephew of a marquis, and told me that I could become a marquesa one day. But he has not seen me in a number of days and has stopped returning my letters.
I think at that, Sylvie looks very sympathetic towards Constanza, but then is gonna make a side eye towards Guillaume.
I don't mean to pry, but this nephew of a marquis, is that Ravido? by any chance?
Her eyes like flutter for a second, and you can see the color start to kind of rise in her cheeks. Do you know him?
I know of him. I've maybe attended a course or two. He's not unknown around campus. You know his specialty? Are you familiar with his work?
No. I knew that he was a student, but what do you mean, his specialty? Has he done this before?
Did you ever? No, no. Did you ever take him into Sylvie's shop? Maybe when she wasn't there.
There's like an audible like lump that catches in her throat, and her eyes immediately drop to the floor, and she begins like pulling on a string that's like coming loose at the end of like the hem of her sleeve. And you can see, even though she's not meeting your stare, that her face is completely flush.
It's all right. You're not in trouble. You haven't done anything wrong.
She kind of like casts a nervous look back towards the staircase where her father, just ascended a moment ago. We may have stayed one night late in the shop, just for a little while. We were the dais is entertaining.
Guillaume will just let out a heavy sigh at that moment and look to Sylvie.
I'm so sorry. She turns to Sylvie. It was a mistake, and I will never do it again.
It is all right. Do not worry. If I can't even count the times on my hands that I made a mistake and someone very, very stupid, and that is just a lesson you will have to learn, my dear.
So you are not mad at me? She kind of like looks at you, Sylvie, but then her eyes also kind of look around to the rest of you gathered in the room.
I've thought about doing it.
So
I
if
don't
I'd
think-
had the option, I would have in a second. I don't blame you for it.
No,
I've
no
had
one's
many-
blaming you.
I've had many secret trysts in places I wasn't supposed to be. And
All right. This is not a dick measuring contest here. Sylvie looks back. Is there anything else you've done? Just that you should feel bad about in terms of magic, perhaps?
She looks a little confused, as if, well, almost like what she had done was the worst thing that she could conceive of. She's like, no, I don't know any of the magic other than what you have taught me. I wouldn't even begin to understand how to do anything like this.
is there any chance that while he was there, Ravito could have altered of any of the glyphs on the dais? Did you see him touching them?
No, she kind of like seems almost like she's running through the events again in her mind, kind of thing. And her knee-jerk reaction seems to be to just absolve him of any blame. No, of course. Well, he may have. He may have been in the room for a moment when, well, afterwards when went to. She kind of like falls silent again.
Yes, yes. No more need be said.
I think the next question is probably where can we find him?
Oh, well, he was here in Al Hidalgo. He has been staying at the university. So, my guess would be perhaps there. I have tried to contact him several times over the last few days, but as I said, he has not responded, and I cannot get into the university to see him.
Yes, I am. I don't want to alarm you, but I spoke to a friend from the university who says he hasn't been attending his courses in the last few days. He may be in the wind, but I'll let you know if we find him, or Sylvie will.
There's this kind of like mixture of emotions that plays on Costanza's face. This kind of mixture of like hope, but also like fear almost. You think you could be in danger? That maybe that's why he has not contacted me?
I think him not contacting you may be a kindness to keep you out of danger. I think he may have been putting you in danger, but like I said, I'll let you know if we find him.
If you do see him, please just tell him that I'm still here waiting for him.
Guillaume shoots a look to Sylvie like, you're gonna explain to this girl what a mistake she's making with this guy, right?
Yeah, Sylvie just. No. We will talk later, but you have been very, very helpful.
Very well. Thank you for coming to check on me. Again, I'm very sorry, Madame Lavigne. I should not have done that in the first place.
Right, you take all of the time that you need. The shop will be here waiting for you when you come back.
She kind of takes like a resigned kind of nod of the head, kind of, puffs her shoulders up a little. Thank you. I should go check on my father.
Yeah, Sylvie will stand.
Excuse me. So then you can make your way easy enough to the exit. It's, like 4 steps from where you were just seated. There's nothing very fancy about this apartment at all. And you leave the house, the apartment of the Benedictos.
I think as soon as we're outside and the door is closed and she cannot hear, Chimeran would turn to Guillaume. Why must you play with her heart so? That was unkind.
She deserved to know that the man she's longing for is, first of all, disappeared, and second of all, probably the reason that
But you gave her
Visconde
hope.
is dead.
You gave her hope that he had ditched her because he was protecting her. When we both know he ditched her because he was a cad and a boor.
We all know that he used her, and you made her think that he actually cared. It's just evil.
I don't see it that way. If he if he was using her to get close enough to assassinate the Visconde, then it was a kindness to disappear and leave her out of the resulting chaos.
But it was not a kindness for you to give her the hope that he might one day come back. Playing with her heart so. It's men
honestly,
like you that give us all bad names.
Well, I expect that we'll find him dead. I think he was as much of a patsy in this as she was in these. Has Locks told us about the men in the iron masks?
So I would have told you that I had found out that they were called men in the iron mask, or at least that's what they're called on the street. I wouldn't have talked to anyone yet about the Saint of Rats because that sounds crazy, and I would have kept that to myself until I can investigate it further.
Okay. So I think we'll find him dead. I think he's another patsy of the Mims.
Well, we'll make sure that you get to tell her that he's dead.
And I will gladly. He seems a real beast if he was willing to use the poor girl to alter the dais.
If you do end up having to tell her, I'll come with you, and maybe we can have some more grapes and goat cheese, because that was really nice. Honestly, that really hit the spot. I feel a lot better after that little snack that we got.
I'm not averse.
She is young. She will learn. She will be over him in not a very long time.
Plus, she gets a really good breakup story. My first breakup story is nothing exciting like this is. Assassinations, everything going on. That's wild. Good for her.
Okay. So, the time has come for finalizing preparations for the funeral gala. So, do you wish to prepare for the funeral Gaza, whatever you still have yet to prepare, and wait to investigate Ravido until after the gala? Or do you want to skip whatever last minute preparations that you need to make for the gala and inspect Ravido now?
Oh no, oh my goodness. I need so many hours to get ready.
I was actually going to say that we might see dude at the gala, maybe. So it might be worth it to not rush to go see him if he's going to be there anyway, if he is still alive.
Perfect. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And of course, cinematically, I think it always makes sense that, it's the gala night. There's no way we can look into this very, very pertinent thing because there's a party.
Priorities.
Yeah, I can't imagine Guillaume skipping his getting ready montage for anything.
Well, exactly, right?
Okay. So does that work for everybody then? Cool.
So are we looking at the rest of this game just being us talking about clothes for 45 minutes to an hour, and then
so
I feel like that might happen.
I have detailed out what I want to happen, what I want to accomplish at the gala, but the rest of the time is all up to you. And if we don't get to everything that I have written down, then we'll just stop basically mid-party and just pick up next time. So I'm game for whatever. But if, in fact, preparations are the next series of scenes that we see, that is the montage that we're going to go into. I would like for each of you to tell me what preparations you are making last minute for this funeral gala of Torin Agniasa, which, of course, naturally, is also a masquerade.
In the the first few hours that he has before having to really get ready for this thing and be out the door, Guillaume is in his bedroom laboratory, and he's got all of these different like herbs and flowers and different sorts of spices and things, and he's brewing away, trying to come up with the perfect concoction for his cologne for the evening. He wants it to be fresh and to be unique and to be perfect. And so he's spending most of his evening on that. But once he thinks he's found the scent, especially can I do? Is there any sort of knowledge that I have of, in particular, Ala Nueve, that I could use to try to tailor a scent to his particular tastes?
Yeah, I guess maybe an insight or investigation.
It's a 14 on the die, and then insight I have for another 2, so 16.
Okay. I think you probably have heard him mention on more than one occasion that he likes the smell of jasmine.
Perfect. Yeah. So he'll work that in, but subtly. He doesn't want it to be like the overpowering. Like that's not the main scent, but that is that's a secondary hint that you would get. And then after that, he will prepare his horse with its finest livery, and then start preparing himself in his with his. He's going to go with a kind of a classic black with silver trim, and he's going low on the ruffles, thinking of Sylvie's mockery, and he'll put his sash on last.
Lox is getting ready in this very like Jamie Lee Curtis in True Lies sort of montage where weapons are being sort of like stowed away. So we see Lox like in his undergarments, and so we see this it's almost like frog-like sort of mottled green tinged with turquoise sort of skin, sort of like gradient across his body, and he's very fit, but you see this kind of like this developing gut that he's not very shy about. He doesn't try to hide it or anything, but there are a lot of scars on his body, and he has this like this little like belt that goes around his midsection that has like a tiny little knife like sheathed into it that is like his like last resort if he needs to under his shirt sort of situation. And he puts on this really sort of fine suit that I imagine is one of Sylvie's, but one that he's worn a few times before. It's mostly, it almost looks black at a distance, but in this sort of light, if the light hits it just right, there's almost this this sort of like iridescent sort of quality to it, almost like a peacock feather. Like you get these shades of like green and blue and purple kind of shining in the black stitching. And there's also like very fine details. Like it's not just like cloth, there's like texture to it that has been like stitched in. It's like, it's very, very, very nice looking. It sort of has this like asymmetrical sort of like cloaky look to it. And he has this mask that has the peacock feather sort of attached to it. So he, first off, we see that he's not wearing his eye patch, but he puts the eye patch on, and you see the sort of the insinuation of these scars underneath. And then he puts the masquerade mask on, and he looks into the mirror and goes, "All right. You are Loxley LaCroix. Loxley LaCroix is your name. Right, let's go do this."
So in the montage of Chimeran getting ready, we actually don't get to see a lot. There's always seems to be some sort of screen or barrier in the way of the camera kind of angles. But the first is the bath. And you hear Chimeran talking. Vitor, it's just so exhausting all the time. I don't know if I can do this.
Of course you can. You've done much harder before.
It's just, I'm tired.
I cannot even begin to imagine. You exhaust yourself too much.
Oh, one has to keep up appearances. You know how these people are.
Yes, but these games that they play, they're so dangerous. Why do you... It is not my business.
Vitor, you know why. I have to. It's the only way. It's the only way to be safe.
Yeah. Here is to hoping that we can stay here and no one will ever be the wiser.
Yeah. I wish that too. Okay, enough of this. Help me get ready. And
Of course.
the figure would stand up. And next we'd see there's like a bunch of hair coiffing being done. This bright red hair being like even curled. It's already wavy, but we're hearing it, seeing it being curled and set and stuff. And the last touch is this powder. You can smell it, cinnamon being sprayed in, like sprinkled all over the hair and just kind of mushed in to give it the scent. And then the clothes begin to don, and we see the finery going on, and it seems to be pretty, well, kind of tame for what Chimeran usually wears. It's just this black, tights with the whatever, I don't know what they call their half trousers or things that go on. And then this beautifully made long black coat that's kind of open, and it, in place where ruffles would normally go or lace, it has this kind of feather fringe, not like Guillaume tacky feather fringe, oh, but really kind of delicate looking, and it's in peacock feather colors, as luckily so have brilliantly is matched, because this is how it's going to go all along. And so it's pretty decadent. It actually would be really on place for Guillaume to be wearing this kind of finery. And then we finally see the mask go on, and Chimeran would turn to the camera, and the mask is completely made of feathers. It covers the entire half head, from nose up. It's not uncommon, like Chimeran always wears a mask. You rarely see him in public. Well, you never see him in public without a mask on, and they're never plain. But this one takes the finery to a whole nother level. It's probably one of Sylvie's finest works. She's taken that feather of Locksley that Locksley had, and she has replicated those colors, those things, to be this beautiful peacock mask. And it almost looks now that Chimeran is a peacock, except with this bright red fringe of hair that flows down behind his back and on his shoulders. And you can definitely see the elven ears poke out. They are highly prominent, and at this point too, also decorated with blue and green and finery. And as we turn, the last we see of this black cloth that looks so somber, when it moves, it shimmers again with all the colors of the peacock feathers in full blow. So he literally shimmers as he's walking through this kaleidoscope of colors. I am ready.
Vera's preparation is she gets to the Castillo and she wanders up into her room and she just starts taking off the layers of clothing that are on her and undoing her bodice, and she kind of just allows it all to fall to the floor, and she climbs into her very lavish bed and just lays there and stares at the ceiling for an extended period of time, multiple hours, until finally there's a very soft tapping at the door, and she calls out and the door opens, and it's Gabriella and Sebastian, the twins that work at the Castillo. And they walk in and kind of remind her that, you know, the hours are counting down and it's time to prepare. She reluctantly sighs and gets up and moves over to this stand, this mannequin stand, where her entire outfit for the evening has been kind of just on this, waiting for it to be worn. And so they immediately start helping her get dressed, and she always has this weird mix of corseted and also at the same time like more one of the things she likes to wear is breeches with like a big skirt that comes out behind, almost a cape off of her waist. And she does this mix of this style, and as they start putting it on, of course, oohing and eyeing over the fabrics that Sylvie has used and created, her outfit it's mostly white, but it's got patches of orange and black on it. And the fabric kind of shimmers when the light hits it. And as she starts to get tied up into the bodice, the sleeves that come off the top of it are shaped like fish fins. And as she starts to walk around the room, the way that Sylvie has somehow magically managed to sew this slight train that follows her is it moves like a fishtail when it swims. And her hair, which is naturally this black and red kind of streaking, well, she dyes it, but it's black and red streaked, is all pinned up and tight to her head. And then she gets this wig that follows that same color scheme. And it's pinned with little tiny braided clips that look like fish scales that decorate the wig. And when she finally puts her mask on, her mask is a replica of the koi fish that are swimming in the pond at the Castillo. And so when she's all done up, her entire outfit is this beautiful white, orange, black, just giant koi fish look that she's going for. And the final piece of the entire thing is a very thin black lace coat that she had Sylvie make last minute that slips over to give the proper mourning for at least the first part of the gala while the funeral procession's going on, because she knows her outfit is it's white, it's not black, and it's very colorful and it's very kind of out of place for a funeral, but she doesn't want to not wear it, so she instead puts this coat over it to kind of camouflage the color until it comes time for them to show off their proper outfits. So that's Vera's look.
I think Sylvie dresses quite plain to all of the beautiful outfits that she makes for everyone else. She wears very, very elegant, but not as elevated as what others that she has made. A very simple black gown that comes down. But when Sophie comes to the shop in the evening so that they can travel to the gala, Sylvie presents her with the same very plain but elegant black gown, and I think maybe even she can see the small sign of confusion, maybe a bit of sadness or disappointment, I guess, when Sylvie presents her with this just a black gown that any dressmaker would make. And when
kind of
she
like,
puts it on,
oh,
yeah.
And that's really kind of all she says.
Do you not like it?
No, it's very beautiful. It's how do I say this? It's very black.
Sylvie begins to laugh like, ah, you are much too kind, Sophie. It is very plain and it is very boring. No?
I was not going to say so, but yes, I
Mm.
I admit.
Sylvie holds up a finger. "Ah, yes, and there is a reason for that. Well, we do match, which I think is very cute. But
Of course.
and she takes down this like headdress that is embroidered in lace and stands up in these intricate swirls, and it stands all the way up in these very, it almost like a tree, these very intricate swirls and branches, and it comes down into this very delicate looking mask. And the lace around it is made out of the same very, very fine lace that Sylvie was wearing earlier when she and it looks just very fragile, and she places it very carefully upon, and then she steps back, and then she gestures for Sophie to begin walking forward. And as Sophie does so, you see that this almost tree-like headdress, this very dainty looking thing, not too tall, but a little bit wider to her shoulders, and you see that from the back of it begins falling of snow, this very white, sparkly snow that begins to fall in a cape behind her and melts before it hits the ground as it disappears into black. And so when she walks, it almost looks as though she is in this winter wonderland that has surrounded her in this black cape, or this black dress and headdress.
She kind of walks, the length of the room and kind of turns to see this, and she like twirls around kind of quickly to kind of like cause the the snow to spiral kind of outwards away from her. And she starts to just laugh and giggle, almost like a child playing in snow for maybe even the first time. Snow is not common here in Gerdes, at least not in this part. And she is just completely enamored with this. This, Sylvie, this is why you are who you are.
The best, I know. and she puts on like a mask that is very similar to Sophie's, but not as decadent, and definitely doesn't have that kind of shimmery snow effect falling behind her, but is beautiful as well. You ready? You will be the attention of all at the party tonight.
Well, I hope to make some good friends. It is always good to have friends. And she kind of like leans in and kind of gives you a peck on the cheek, Sylvie. Thank you.
Sylvie just smiles and nods and puts her hands on Sophia's shoulders and yeah, would lead her out of the shop.
Excellent. And with that, we cut over to the sound of stringed instruments beginning a jaunty but still somewhat somber tune as we kind of pan downwards to this extravagant cathedral of all places. It's actually recognizable because we've seen it not that long ago. This is the Cathedral of Evendel, where the barracks of the Justicaros are just on the back side of it, sharing a courtyard with the church. This is, without a doubt, the most prominent temple, currently at least, the most prominent temple church here in Al Hidalgo. The Padre Primero, whose name is Luderico Redondro Borjido, he has offered to host the funeral gala here. And as the head of the faith of Evendel, as I said, the goddess of justice, he has spared no expense in the lavishness of this affair. So this place has certainly been decorated for a party, though it is a funeral, and a lot of the decorations are black. You're guessing, likely through the I just lost the word. The ample application of prestidigitation, because a lot of this stuff does not look like typical funerary decorations. These definitely were party decorations up until hours ago that were simply made black. But everyone here is dressed in similar, though nowhere near as elegant of fashion as those of you who have been outfitted by Sylvie. The people here are certainly in at least in an outward appearance of grief, of mourning, but you can tell that this is really just another excuse to party, to schmooze, to mingle, to make contacts and business arrangements, and perhaps even marriages. Looking at you. And the people have certainly pulled out all of the stops. That was supposed to do something. The people have certainly pulled out all of the stops. There are gemstones and feathers and magic that is worked into the fabrics, if not just for show. Everyone has a theme or a color that they have stuck with. Many of them come in the images of some of the deities. Some of them come dressed as like circus entertainers. Some of them dressed as animals. there's just the absolute gamut of opulence on display here at this party. They are serving two things at least. I'm going to have all of you add the kinds of things that you can find here at this party. But one of the things is Aldedalgan stuffed eggs. These are a traditional dish. The eggs are boiled, the yolks have been removed, whipped with a series of herbs and spices before they have been scooped and returned back to the whites and are served slightly cold. The other thing that you're going to find here is a drink that has become very popular over the last decade or two. It is called Sangria Olvida, and it's kind of a red wine that is mixed with fig nectar, and it's actually, strangely enough, is given as sacrament by the Church of Evandel and is considered to be the blood of life. As luck may have it, it also just happens to come from the Borjido family winery, the vineyards that are owned by the family of the Padre Primero, the Pope equivalent. And this is like I said, a very popular beverage, and likely only tasted on a rare occasion for even the schmooziest of you up to this point. So yeah, if each of you would please tell me something else that is being offered, another delicacy that could be found here this evening.
Another thing being served is a wafer thin cracker spread with a fine spiced honey goat cheese spread with a wine jelly on top. Just a tiny dot of the wine jelly for a bit of sweetness and a little bit of tart.
One of the other foods that's being served here it's a dessert, and there are tons of these very small, it's slices of this cake, and this cake it has 5 layers in it, one to represent each layer of the different houses, the house of coins and all of that. So each layer is representative of that. And in between, this cake is a very fine, very light and airy. On occasion, you may even be lucky enough to find an air hole where you can actually see entirely through the cake. It's so light. And it is layered with an extremely thin layer of very, very fine, kind of, I guess, what would be the equivalent of like a hazelnut chocolate kind of cream in between these layers. And then the entire thing is covered in a very mirror glazed finish chocolate type of ganache. And then on top of each piece is a dollop of sweet cream that's been whipped up. And then on top of the cream, typically when this is served at events, typically something that represents the monarchy is used on top of this, but instead, because this is a funeral and to pay honor to the family, there is instead each one of these has a white chocolate coin on it that is sitting in the middle of the dollop, and the coins have been brushed with a edible silver powder. So they're literally a silver coin, and you walk over to the table and the table's just covered in slices of this layered cake with the silver coin on top of each piece.
There are also, for each guest, these shells. They kind of look like oyster shells. But as you look within them, they have this very, it almost looks like just water. But as soon as you take a sip of it, it tells you something very vague about your future. It whispers it into your ear as you take a sip of it. And it fills you with this sense of what the future might hold. Everything is so vague that it couldn't mean anything, but I think that's definitely something that people would talk about and try and guess what it meant.
On the table, as you come in, there is these sculptures made from blown sugar. They're exquisite in the fact that they are so tiny, and the sculpting is so perfect. They are pictures, if you will, little art pieces of trees. So the sugar has been blown into the trunk and the limbs of these trees, and on each of the trees have been attached these tiny little hard-boiled hummingbird eggs that have each been dyed a brilliant color to represent the flowers. And there's been tiny little sprigs of herbs, sometimes like little, you can see mint maybe, and parsley as the leaves of these little trees. And they are served each as the guests as you come in.
There's there's sort of this large crystal serving bowl with a like ornate sort of ladle resting against the side, and there's this seemingly unending reservoir of like mulled spiced wine in there, and you can see like cinnamon and clove and like chunks of ginger just like floating in the wine, and like the smell of it, like you smell it as soon as you walk in, because it's kind of sitting there steaming, and it's just this like intoxicating like just this spice mixture that hits you. And whenever anyone goes up to serve themselves, there is these scenes kind of playing out in the surface of the wine. It's sort of been enchanted to depict these various scenes, and there's like, I don't know, maybe like famous like literature or plays, like these scenes that are playing out, and so it's almost like people go up and they like get it, and then they go they just laugh delightfully, like, have you tried the mulled wine? Like there's something happening in the bowl, and everyone's just very tickled by how fun that is. So
I think maybe even like the wine and like the spices itself like form a lot of these like,
yeah, like there's little like cinnamon stick people with like
right?
clove heads. Yeah, totally. Yep.
That's incredible. Everybody, please take a point of inspiration for both your costume and your food additions to this. This is delightful, absolutely delightful. I'm gonna do my best to ruin it. I mean, we're gonna have a great, fun time.
One other unimportant detail about
Please.
Guillaume's outfit: he uses a walking stick in his like a cane, like a very fancy cane, that is topped with a glass orb, and inside, in the very center of the glass orb, is a deep green gem, and there seems to be some sort of like almost like translucent liquid smoke that fills the rest of the orb. And as he moves with it, if you're looking at the gem, you see that the gem never really moves as the orb moves around it. It just seems to remain locked in place.
Excellent. So everyone is kind of just going about the usual arrival, exchanges of pleasantries and getting food and eating, and the body of Turin Agniyasa is on display in the traditional manner. He is in the nude so that it will not distract from his imaskera. The imaskera is a funeral mask that are the artistic representation of the culmination of the deceased's legacy. Famous artists are commissioned and paid for up front, and then this is made as a death mask when that person does pass away. Once they are entombed, the mask is then displayed in the family's home forever. He is laid out on an altar of black zircon, adorned with golden inlay depicting charging bulls and the clusters of grapes still on the vine. These are symbols of Gerdessi power and wealth, respectively. The alcove in which he has been placed, which is certainly kind of out of the way of the focus of the rest of this party. This alcove, however, is piled high with white calla lilies. And people are making their way past where he is set on display to pay their respects, and, of course, to examine the imaskera that he had commissioned during his life. You would also notice that the other members of the Agnayasa family who are here in attendance, they all wear the imaskera of the prominent family members that have come before them and have died. This is kind of done as a reminder, as a brag, of the greatness and the longevity of their house. And for a portion of the evening at least, they sit in a row of chairs that are carved from ivory, kind of flanking the altar where his body is laid out on display, appearing almost as if his ancestors were there to welcome him into their collective. So, while this evening is progressing, what are you getting up to while you're here? Who are you trying to look to talk to? What are you trying to learn or achieve this evening? What do you want to do while you're at this grand funeral gala?
Well, one thing I want to do while I'm here is I'm kind of curious to see who Sophie comes in with. When I see it, kind of like shocks and stuns me a little. I'm not going to lie, a little hurt, but I hide it. And every time I see that Sophia might be around or could see, I make sure that I am talking to a beautiful woman and ignoring her.
Okay.
I think Locks would mostly be keeping to himself. I think that he's a little bit uncomfortable with just the whole deal and having sort of like being so close to like the Justicaro's HQ. Like he's just kind of keeping to himself. He does have this moment though where he very casually like throws his cloak over one shoulder as he approaches the food table, and it's revealed that the inner lining of this like half cloak that he has looks like peacock tail feathers, and so as he like flips the cloak over his shoulder, it like creates this like cloak that like evokes like a peacock tail at his back, and he just like does it like he is just like whatever, yeah, I'm a peacock cloak. And when he sees Chimeran, he would go, oh shit, did you plan this? You and me, is it because we're dates to this funeral that you did this?
You know, my man, we got to be the best looking couple here.
No shit. I think we got everybody else beat.
So, and we're just looking around. What do you want to do first?
I don't know. I was gonna probably grab a plate. I saw they got eggs over there. They got stuffed eggs. I haven't had those in years. It's one of my favorites. I'm gonna eat way too many of those.
Oh dear. Make sure you are on a different carriage home if that's what you're going to partake of. That's all I ask.
No, I'm gonna eat a bunch of the fruit too to help. Just
That's
not have it.
Gonna
Yeah.
help. Okay.
I guess that's true.
This would be great. You came with Vera, right?
I think I kind of came with both of you.
Yeah, so you're going home with Vera, right?
I think I might be going home alone, if I'm being honest.
Oh no. We'll find you someone. That's what this place is about.
Hey, I don't need any help. Okay, I can manage just fine on my own, eggs or no eggs. So I'll be all right.
Well,
He says as he like stuffs another one into his face and has a little bit of the yolk like in his goatee.
I'll check in with you a little bit later. How about
Hey,
that?
sounds good.
And Chimeron's going to take that opportunity to, I don't know, he sees like maybe Sylvie walk by without Sophia for one point. Maybe she's just coming back from or to something, and he is going to like kind of beeline towards Sylvie.
Oh, are you enjoying yourself?
Yes, very much. I could not help but see that you came with what is her name? That she sings or something, you know, that new one. Sophia. Yes, Sophia. I how do you know her?
So we just like kind of looks at Chimeron and kind of like grins a little bit. Oh, we've become quite attached. I made her dress for her, and you know, she is beautiful, no?
Kind of give, she's okay. But the dress is, well, plain, but beautiful.
Right. And who did you come with? I do not see anybody here with you. And Sylvie makes a point of like looking on either side of Chimeron's arms.
Oh, can you not see? We are dressed alike.
Yeah, I think Sylvie looks back and sees Logs just like stuffing eggs.
He's like brushing egg off of his like vest, and he sees Sylvia and is like, oh, and you see like a half-eaten egg in his mouth.
Sylvie looks back at Chimeron. Very nice.
Well, I will leave you two to enjoy yourselves, I guess. And Chimeron will turn. It was lovely to meet you, Sophia.
Sylvie's gonna turn to Sophia. Men are so fragile, no?
Do you know Chimeron?
We have a shared traumatic event.
Oh. I see. She kind of doesn't press. She sees someone else.
Sophie just laughs.
Oh! And she kind of waves and like turns and, you know, flies off that way with snow trailing behind her.
Sylvie Sylvie just Sylvie just sighs. Yeah. And Sylvie is going to avoid any of the family that she can see, in hopes that they don't in the hopes that they don't even know who she is, but just in case that she doesn't have to interact with them at all. She does want to go up. Is the young Justicaro there that she gave the vial to?
I don't think he would be. There would be Justicaro there, very much kind of in a guard capacity, kind of stationed at the exits and entrances and things of that nature. But I don't think you see him. These look like they're probably a little more seasoned. And of course, the captain of the Justicaros is also here.
Where
wants to make.
Where is he?
He's kind of hanging out near one of the entrances, and at some point, you can see him cross to where the Padre Primero is kind of seated, kind of at the far end of this, kind of overseeing everything.
You might notice him when your eyes are drawn to the entrance by the fanfare that accompanies Guillaume as he brings his date in, as he strolls in, and there's no visual accompaniment, just the and he kind of walks in and gives like a slight bow, and kind of ushers his date forward.
The two of you sweep into the room, to no small amount of looks. Some of them may or may not be disapproving. That there was this big trumpet.
Those are Guillaume's favorite.
Oh yeah,
those are definitely his favorite, and he makes eye contact with those people and smiles broadly, gives a little slight bow again.
So this, the Capitan of the Justicaros is a man by the name of Capitan Encindio del Rocatore. He is also a conde. He's a count, as of several years ago now, and he serves both as the Capitan of the Justicaros, but also as kind of not so discreetly the enforcer of the Padre Primero.
Loxley, looks over to the entrance as Guillaume is entering, and he starts to wave to Guillaume with a stuffed egg in his hand, and then he sees the captain, and this immediate change takes place where his face just tightens, every muscle in his body tenses at once, and the deviled egg is just shaking in his hand, and he sets it back down on the tray, and he just very closely watches the captain cross the space, and then he will turn and go out the nearest exit to get some air.
Vera's going to go walk the procession to go look at the body. And in particular, she kind of wants to check out, she's curious about what they've done about the weirdness of the coins in the throat and stuff like that. Is there any sort of indicator that was there? Does it look like it's covered by makeup?
So likely more covered by magic. It definitely looks like it's been either probably operated on to remove, whatever foreign objects were there. and then healed, or well, I guess you wouldn't heal it. Basically closed and hidden with the makeup equivalent of magic.
Can I roll a perception to see if I can kind of see through the magic, the illusion magic they're using? See if there's anything interesting
I would
underneath
say perception or arcana, either one.
Okay. Oh, well. It's okay. I don't see anything.
Not so much.
It's okay. I'm fine.
You're kind of looking, but your eyes keep drifting elsewhere.
to the bits. Yeah, to the bits on the thing. And so then she would also use the opportunity though to maybe kind of mingle with the people that are hanging out around the family, trying to kind of be in a position to where she can hear. So she'd probably look for someone that she knows and account or whatever, and go start talking to them so that she can listen to see if the family's saying anything interesting while she's standing there. So.
Awesome. And something that I meant to establish, like, as we were coming into this scene is, obviously, like, in reality, a mask, a masquerade mask is not going to really prevent you from identifying someone. But for the sake of this campaign, if you're wearing a mask, you might as well be anonymous. So, like, if you're speaking to people that you kind of introduce yourself, or let on that you know one another. It's almost kind of a game, to not really to try to identify, but not really understand who everyone is, as easy as we might in the real world.
Then I think she would probably locate the most attractive unicorn that she sees standing near the family. Someone's got a mask that looks like a unicorn, and she'd go over and just start complimenting them on their getup.
Yeah, and they will absolutely talk at length with you about the clothing, and compliment you on your attire as well, and ask who it was that made your mask and your clothing. Is there anything in particular that you're wanting to try to glean from this conversation or from this eavesdropping?
I'm trying to hear, because the family all have the ancestors' masks on, so they're obviously easy to identify. I'm trying to see if I can hear them murmuring about who they think did this, about what they think is going on, because I figure they would have the most in-depth knowledge as to who their biggest and most deadliest enemies are. So maybe they're chittering between each other, at this thing.
Okay. So roll me. Okay, so roll me history, diplomacy, or investigation.
History. What is diplomacy?
I'm sorry, I did it again. History, persuasion, or investigation. Who the fuck plays this game?
Okay. Okay, I'll roll a persuasion then. That is a dirty 20.
That's the number I was looking for. So at some point, you're, having this kind of vapid conversation with this person dressed as a unicorn, merely as a way that you can kind of sit near or stand near the family who are kind of discussing things and eavesdrop on what they might be saying. And you overhear one of them say to the other, If only he had taken that proposal from the Padre Primero. Can you think of the amount of wealth? He was such a fool.
Okay. So as soon as she hears that, if it sounds like that's all that she's going to get out of it, she'll kind of just, she might hang around for another minute or so and then look at the unicorn and, well, I'm in the mood to dance, so I'm going to go head over in that direction. Have a wonderful evening.
They likewise bid you adieu. The not absurdity, but the absolute secondary thought of the funeral at this party is not lost on anyone. It's very obvious that his body being off to the side, where occasionally people can stop by almost in a similar manner to the table where there's food and mulled wine and the sangria olvida, available. It's just kind of a feature of the party. But in Gerdes, like, this kind of thing is not unusual. So I think we as an audience would understand that this is strange. This is odd behavior. But to the characters, I don't think that this would be... I don't think they would give it a second thought. But the evening continues with music and dancing, lively music and dancing. The first part of the evening is almost entirely more of a waltz-style dance. It's very much a room filled with people who all kind of like rotate, in circuit of one another, and the music is very kind of upbeat. But as the evening progresses, that eventually the tone of the evening will shift. The tone of the party will shift. Those who are not as prone to stay up as late, the people who might be a little older, the people who might cling to their propriety a little more, will eventually head home. And then the people who are staying behind kind of begin the second phase of the evening, which the music and the dancing all changes quite a bit. It is more of a fast-paced tango style dancing where people break off into pairs and it becomes a very close, intense, intimate kind of dancing. And temperatures tend to rise in the second half of the party. And that's when people begin to slowly make their way away from the party in pairs or whatever else might float your gondola. And call it a night, as it were. But it's this latter half of the evening where there's still... Oh, please, yes.
Can I say something? Just one more thing that
100%.
Guillaume would like to do during
Please
the first
do.
half of the party.
Yep.
He just wants to spend about a couple minutes nearby listening to the captain of the Justicaros talk and the Pasta Primavera. If I could, he just wants to spend a little time listening to both of them, and listening to both of their voices and just kind of listening to them talk, not particularly focused on the content, but just kind of paying.
Fucking Pasta Primavera. You asshole. Great.
It's always good when you can break your DM.
This is a little off topic, but I had a DM one time that ran us against a giant warlord. He named him Blackbone. We never went to face him as a bad guy because we made so much fun of his name before we ever like undertook that quest. The DM was just like, nah, I'll just put that away. So yeah. I understand. I'm due. That's perfectly fair. Padre Primero. All right. So yeah, you hang out near-ish them. It's going to be really hard to get close to them when they're talking to one another. But independently, it would be easy enough to get close to them, just enough to where you can, like you said, hear the sound of their voice, the rhythm of speaking, and that kind of thing, without a doubt. Were you trying to overhear any of the conversation between he and
nothing? No, nothing in particular. Really, just listening for the speech patterns and the sounds of their voices for reasons that may become clear later.
Yeah, I kind of figured. Yeah, the Padre Primero is there for the first half of the evening, and he's constantly talking to people. He is. I'll get his picture up. What is his name? Rugarico.
Can you say what his actual title is again? Because now all I can hear is Pasta Primavera.
Yeah, Padre Primero. So first father. That's kind of what it means. He's essentially, again, kind of the Pope figure of the setting. He is the head of the Church of Evandel, and has been a cardinal for some time, and then was elected to the position of Padre Primero. His full name is Lugarico Rodandro Borjido. The Borjido family is not one that's original to Gerdes, but with the invention, or the whatever you want to call it, of Sangria Olvida, this wine, it has kind of like catapulted their family into like wealth and fame over the last 50, 60 years or so. He is an elf, or at least a half elf, and he seems to be rather advanced in his years. I would say, if anybody knows, he's probably at least 400 to 500 years old. So yeah, he's there for the majority of the evening, and you can easily pick up on his pattern of speech and the way he sounds and the kinds of words he uses, mannerisms, things of that nature. The captain, Capitan Rocatore, is only there for just a brief moment. He kind of enters, discusses things with the guards at the entrance, makes his way straight to the Padre Primero, and like kneels down and whispers something in his ear, and then immediately gets up and walks from the room again. So he's not there for very long, but the time that he's speaking with the guards, you could certainly get a decent understanding for the way he speaks. Okay. Before we move on to the latter half of the evening, was there any other information that anybody wants to try to garner from interacting with people? We have some notes, possible activity in the black market. We've covered enemies, we've covered possible deals, we've covered lovers, possible financial concerns, and then possibly what might happen to his title. Do any of those interest anyone?
Is there a chance that the the guy with the runes from the school that we were looking for. So Sophie's assistant guy.
Yeah.
Names hard. Lots of names in this game. Lots of names.
Oh yeah, I throw them out there.
So
normal names. I'll drop it in the chat here.
No, they're not. So just wondering if there's anyone that looks like maybe there's some of the younger college area type people or something, or if this guy's being mentioned at all. He is the nephew of someone, even though we can't really identify everybody. You know, just maybe picking around hearing for that. Vera's going to spend a large portion of her evening during both the beginning half and the second half, probably, unless she's pulled away. She's literally just dancing with different people, just trying to figure out who's who behind the masks and talk to them. And she's just, you know, doing bard things and, you know, trying to figure out who's who so that she can eavesdrop on them later. She'll probably at some point grab Loxley for a dance and sweep him up into a dance with her and tell him what she heard about the Pasta Primavera and our deceased friend. So probably definitely pass that message on. And then I would say after she's immediately done dancing with Loxley, she would kind of finish her dance and curtsy to him and turn around and go right over to Cimarron and grab him for a dance and go about dancing and tell him the same thing to kind of get the information out there in the group so that everybody else can listen for it.
Seeing Cameron and Vera finish their dance, Guillaume would turn to his date like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I think I may have to do something for just a moment." And then as soon as they finish, he watches Vera just walk right past him to probably ask Sylvie or something. And
she sniffs the air a little bit too. She goes and kind of crinkles her nose a little.
It's Jasmine.
And your date says, "Is that what I smelled? I thought it smelled familiar. You know I love Jasmine."
Oh, really? I had no idea.
Okay. All right. So
You'd mentioned something about. Oh, sorry.
yes. No, please.
You'd mentioned something about like talking about his title once, like who it's going to, like once he's. I think Sylvie would be interested in that, like who is now kind of vying for that power vacuum that has been created.
Okay.
So
Excellent.
who can benefit from it? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chimeran is also interested in that.
Okay.
Bit of info as well.
So both of you can roll either history, investigation, not diplomacy, but persuasion. Your choice. I know you put all those points into diplomacy. Sorry, Karen.
I really did, and now you just took them all away from me.
Oh, whoops.
You're also going to have to get rid of that gelatinous template. Yeah.
I got an 18.
I
18.
only got
Okay.
an 11 this time.
Okay. So both of you managed to learn that the title will now instead pass to his grandson, Marici Agneyasa. Sylvie, you also learn that Marici was disavowed from his family until very recently.
Like very recently, as in months or years? Or
Within the last year.
Last year, okay.
So he was kicked out of the family, basically?
Yes.
But he gets to
That's what it
keep the
sounds like.
title? He gets to get the title passed to him?
Until very recently, he was disavowed. something changed and he was
Okay.
brought back into the fold, as it were.
Has he made any kind of speech or any kind of...
No, definitely not. There hasn't
Would
been
that
anything like
seem-
that from any of the family.
Would that be weird, or is that not weird?
No, I don't think
Make
that's
some
weird.
kind of
in
speech?
in a Gerdes funeral. Like, so the family are more or less kind of acting the part of these ancestors. So like the host of the party, so the Padre Primero probably made some kind of eulogy speech. And there might be a few, well, I would say friends, but a lot of you are kind of starting to think that he did not have any true friends. So there may be a few people who get up and speak as if they were friends, but it's very, very obvious that they were not actually close. But none of the family speak.
Is Marichi actually here?
Yeah,
You don't know.
So as soon as I don't know about the whole disavowalment thing or that he's recently reinstated, but I hear about the title will pass to him. So as soon as I kind of know that, I am on the lookout, trying to figure out if he is here or not, and if he is, who he is. That's
Yeah.
Cameron's.
I think Sylvie would want to do the same, just trying to figure out if he's here.
Okay. Both of you, if you'd like, can roll insights. I think I'm going to go ahead and impose disadvantage on them because of the masks.
13.
Also 13.
So both of you, either together or independently from one another, are able to basically narrow it down to about 4 of the individuals. There's probably about a dozen of them or so. So you have it narrowed down to about a third of them that you think could possibly be this Marichi. But as the night wears on, you're just not certain. You don't know enough about this person, about what they look like, what their mannerisms are, or anything like that. So it's kind of hard to narrow it down beyond that. Go ahead.
Sorry, one more question.
Please.
Are any of the family like dancing or taking part?
I mean, they're eating and drinking, but not in the same kind of festive way. It's almost like they're not separate from the rest of the party, but almost, like they're just kind of on the side observing all of this more than anything else.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
This might be a real long shot. I'm guessing it would be. But if Guillaume were to observe the crowd for a little while, does anyone seem to match the body type or gait of the man in the mask?
Okay. You can roll me an insight as well, also at disadvantage.
Okay, that's not great. That's an 8.
So you only observed the man in the iron mask running, or in the room at the bathhouse full of steam. And the person was wearing several layers, not the least of which was a suit of armor. And it was breastplate, so it was a decent heft of armor at that. You think there could be a few that, once that thought kind of enters your mind, that might maybe match, but you just don't have any certainty. And there's dozens of them that you kind of suspect maybe, well, no, I don't know if maybe. So you're kind of in that headspace, I think.
So of some of the suspects that we've kind of narrowed it down that could potentially be Marici, are any of them the sort that are hanging out maybe like in a separate room doing quieter hobbies, like maybe gaming or such, and drinking, and trying to spend their time at this gala that way, that Chimeran could ease his way into that group?
So none of the family are really partaking in any of that stuff. Again, they're almost this, not gargoyles, but they're almost like mostly stationary. People come to them and offer their sympathies and things like that. But for the most part, they kind of stay near the body through most of the festivities. Now, afterwards, there's no telling. Like, that's entirely possible that some of them could retire that way.
For now, Chimeran will just observe and try to figure it out and have no luck. It'll be. And sip a glass of Alvida, because this has been probably the worst gala ever for him.
Poor Chimeran. Okay. The second half of the evening, the second phase of the gala begins. The music takes that shift. The dancing changes to match. You are involved in whatever aspect that you find yourself kind of in the later hour of the evening. And quite suddenly, all of the candles, all of the braziers, every fire, every lantern in this place goes out. And you're plunged into complete and total darkness. One of you, a volunteer, if you would please. Matt, okay. Lox. You tell me. No, I got it. You are near the body at some point, for whatever reason that might be. When this goes dark, it doesn't just go dark for you. When it goes dark, you also are plunged into silence. This pressing silence on your ears is the kind of sound that you only feel you only register, you only experience if you're really, really deep underwater. And you can feel a pressure that is pushing on your body, almost threatening to crush your ribs, your temples, the organs inside of your abdomen. It's excruciatingly painful. What do you want to do? Actually,
you go ahead.
I think that's where we're going to stop, actually. Not to completely take the rug out from underneath your legs.
That's great. Because I was just going to say, I think I throw up about 14 stuffed eggs is the first thing that I do.
Gross. That's perfect.
A couple glasses of that mulled wine.
Egg cannon.
You're silenced, so we can't hear the retching.
Yeah, inside it's a horror show, but outside you can't tell what's going on.
Too bad there's not a spell to like suppress smell.
Yeah.
I start feeling my way around in the dark.
Oh,
what's
that
this
would
squishy
end well.
thing?
Goodness.
Oh man.
All right, everybody. That's all I have for this evening. I cannot wait to do next session. Okay, I'm going to pass things over very quickly to my players so that they can do outros, parting words, etc., etc. Say goodnight to you, whatever, and we're going to call it an evening. So first up, we're going to go in reverse order with Karen.
This game is so different from other games that we play, and I'm absolutely having a blast. I cannot wait to hear what's going to come out of really everyone's mouths as this game is progressing, and we are just learning about each other and the world and the goings-ons that are happening around us, and plus of all of each of our desires. This is amazing so far. It's really only session 2 because it feels so much longer. I love it already. Thank you.
That's probably my bad for running long sessions. But no, you missed a golden opportunity. You said we've had a blast instead of we've had a ball. But it's okay. I will forgive you.
My goodness.
It
I'm just saving all my puns for the side chat.
Somewhere Jackson is rolling over in his sleep. No. All right. Next we have Austin.
Thank you so much. I don't really have a whole lot to add. I'm psyched for our next session. This has been ridiculously fun, and I hope to derail more of the carefully planned names that you have.
Thank you, Austin. I appreciate it very much. No, no, it's great. Yeah, I know I am burying all of you in these names, but I like the Latin language a lot, and it's really fun to make names for. So sorry, not sorry. I'll give them to you in writing if you need them. But yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so pleased with how this has gone so far, and I cannot wait to continue. So next up, we have M.
Hello, I'm Em, and this is so great. I love this game. The ballroom scenes and like parties and stuff are the favorite part of all video games that I ever play in. So this is just a dream to be able to play D&D in a ballroom scene. And yeah, I'm so excited.
Excellent. Yeah, the descriptions that you have been bringing for like the costumes and the masks and stuff. I knew that the artificer was going to be kind of an interesting fit whenever you kind of pitched the idea, but like the way that you've done it is it's been just masterful, honestly. And I can't wait because it's only going to get better or worse depending on who you ask. All right, next up we have Matt.
Hey everyone, I'm Matt. This was such a fun session. I love any sort of like party or like dinner, anything like that in D&D. It's always so fun to role play. So this was really, really, really fun. And I'm just super enjoying this campaign, and I can't wait to find out what happens next. So thank you again, Jeremy, for having me. And yeah, can't wait.
It's absolutely my pleasure. Yeah, like I said, this is a setting that I've wanted to dive into for a really, really long time. And the amount of fun and care that all of you are taking with it is it's very endearing. So I thank all of you very much. Last but certainly not least, we have Kenya.
I mean, just repeating what everybody else said, you know. Absolutely loving it. It's definitely a different style of kind of game and stuff, which is nice because it's not a rinse and repeat, and I'm having a blast with it. I too have to say that I am thoroughly impressed with the Sylvie seamstress artifice. I thought it was a cool idea when it was pitched, but it was just it's such an amazing idea because I think in turn it's helping the rest of us get really into the ambiance of the of the time period and of the setting, and because the premier clothes maker is part of our party. So, we think about clothes a lot, there's intense clothing discussions. So just a blast. I
That's
can't
what I
wait till
wanted.
next month. Yep. Just intense fashion discussions going on. Very important. I'm sure we're going to eventually someday maybe have to describe our breaking Guillermo out of prison clothing, and that'll be a whole thing that we'll have to figure out. Helping Locks bury a body clothing. We'll have an outfit for everything, really, is where we're going with this. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, everyone. Having a great time. So
Fantastic. Yeah, thank all of you so very, very much for knocking it out of the park 2 sessions in a row, and I know it's going to continue. There's still a ton more that I'm excited to put in your hands and figure out what you're going to do with and be surprised by. So I can't wait till the next session. So next month, we're going to play a week earlier than we would normally because the holidays for those of us here in the US. So yeah, I think it's the 17th, question mark. As far as the future stuff happening here on the channel, this Friday I am running Fear Street Scooby-Doo, which will be a game using the Scream system. It's going to be what if the Scooby-Doo gang ended up in a slasher horror film. So I'm really excited for that. I have some incredible players lined up for that who are just absolutely perfect for the roles that they're going to be playing, and I'm really excited for that. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in this evening, whether you watched live with us or whether you may have watched at some point in the future. It is deeply, deeply appreciated. If you enjoyed the game, please do hit the like button. If you like the kind of stuff that I do here, the games that I run, the Help Action series that I run, please consider subscribing. And maybe if you're feeling extra kind, you can spread the word. Tell your friends about it. Drop a link. Throw it around on social media. Tell people that you liked it. I think that's everything from me. I hope everybody has had a decent week so far, and I hope that you have a kick-ass rest of the week and a fantastic weekend. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.